Good morning to one and all. This is Dr. Krishnaveni from K.B.N. College. On behalf of Women's Studies Center, I welcome you all for this one-day national webinar on migrant women workers, issues and challenges, sponsored by National Commission for Women. As a convener of this webinar, I would like to present theme of this webinar. Migration plays a significant role in today's world. Women are increasingly migrating on their own to enhance economic opportunities or education. Studies indicate that the rate of female migration is growing faster than male migrants in many countries. The ILO estimates that women are half of the population and it accounts for 70 to 80% of migrants. Migration can improve autonomy, human capital, and self esteem, as well as women's authority and worth in their families and community. However, some effects of migration may not be positive, such as social norms of loss, gender discrimination, gender specific vulnerabilities, encounter language and cultural barriers. Migrant women human rights must be protected, and migrants must have access to services and resources such as health, legal, and financial services. The public domain is largely a male designed domain, navigated and dominated by men. Women are a new entrant, their position in the public space is still consistent. Women migrating for work and education grew at a rate that outpaced men who moved for similar regions. Therefore, this webinar insists on the empowerment of the migrant women, and women should be looked at as unique personalities and treat them with respect and dignity. So, dear participants, I believe that by participating in this webinar, we are in the right place and the right time. So together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good personalities. And this webinar includes 5 technical sessions with interactive sessions also. Thank you, Ananda. Now, I would like to invite our principal, Sri E. Varaprasad Garu, to address the gathering.
Distinguished experts and resource persons, colleagues, participants, dear ladies, a very good morning to you all. I am very pleased to welcome you all on behalf of Women's Studies Center, K.B.N. College Autonomous Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, to this one-day national webinar on migrant women workers, issues and challenges, which has been organized by UGC Women's Studies Center, K.B.N. College, sponsored by National Commission for Women, Government of India. There is a wise old saying, women's empowerment isn't just a catchy slogan. It's a key factor in the social and economic success of nations. When women succeed, everyone benefits. Women's rights and gender equality have come a long way from Susan B. Anthony in the suffrage movement to young activist Malala Yousafzai. There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women, says Kofi Annan, a diplomat who served as the 17th Secretary of UN Nations and a recipient of Nobel Peace Prize. With such kind of inspiration, the UGC Women's Studies Center was established in K.B.N. College in January 2016 under UGC scheme, with the prime aim of creating awareness and sensitivity towards women issues in every field. Ever since its inception, the Women's Studies Center has been conducting various programs for girl students and women every year. The center, under the able guidance of Mrs. Krishnapriya and Dr. Krishnaveni, has been conducting gender sensitization and health awareness programs for the benefit of the girl students and the women in the campus, and the neighborhood. Besides, the women empowerment cell was also established, and many programs were conducted in the college, like creating health awareness, legal rights, women entrepreneurship development, and also observing important days regarding women's are also being celebrated at various levels. Academic development programs like seminars, guest lectures, workshops were conducted for the empowerment of women. As a continuous process, the Women's Studies Center has come forward with this one-day national webinar on migrant women workers, issues and challenges during this COVID pandemic situation, which is the need of the hour. I appreciate the efforts of the members of the Women's Studies Center for coming out with this initiative. I am delighted to welcome all the participants. I thank the distinguished resource persons who have come to share their knowledge and experience with the experts and ensure an outcome to promote women's advancement. I hope that your knowledge, experience, and expertise will provide important insights in strengthening national mechanisms as a means of promoting the empowerment of women. As a student of English literature, I remember Virginia Woolf, an English writer and the most important modernist of the 21st century, who fought for women's rights. In her famous essay, A Room of One's Own, 1921, 1929, she asserts that a woman must have money and a room of her own if she is to write. Before I conclude, I wish to extend my deep appreciation to the National Commission for Women for supporting the efforts in promoting the empowerment of women. I hope that the webinar will be productive and in the next few hours will be fruitful to you all. I wish you all a very successful webinar. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. A very good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Bharati, Head Department of MCA. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker today, who is going to talk to us about contemporary female migrations versus historical female migration. Professor Rekha Pandey ma'am was born in Uttarakhand in the Himalayan valleys. Her earlier schooling was in different parts of the country. She studied at Holy Family High School and Kendriya Vidyalaya. She did her graduation in the University of Allahabad, studying history, English literature, and political science. In her post graduation, she studied history and went on to obtain a PhD from Allahabad University. Professor Rekha Pandey ma'am is currently the director of SEED, Society for Empowerment through Environment Development. Rekha Pandey ma'am has a teaching experience in three different universities, that is Allahabad University, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, and University of Hyderabad. She also taught a course on religious and cultural heritage of India for 4 years at the International Institute of Information Technology. She is a professor of history and taught in the Department of History. She was the former head of the department in the Center for Women's Studies at the University of Hyderabad. Earlier to this, she was the head of the Department of History. She has been the founding member of two centers for women's studies, one at Maulana Azad National Urdu University and the other at the University of Hyderabad. She was the chair of the Women's World Congress in 2014, organized for the first time in India. She was the former director of the Center for Women's Studies and the professor of history in the University of Hyderabad, India. She is a well-known and well-published scholar in the interdisciplinary areas of history and women's studies. She is an established academician in the field of international studies, women's history, and gender studies. She wrote several books and published several papers in national and international reputed journals. With these few words, now I request Professor Rekha Pandey ma'am to take over the session. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much to the principal, K.B.N. College, Krishna Priya and Krishna Veni. It is indeed a great pleasure to be part of this webinar and to talk about gender and migration. Now, as a historian, when we look at issues of gender and migration, though migration is a reality and so many women are migrating, unfortunately there is very little literature on women. This is a fact because, like women's history, which has still not been recorded, we have not recorded the voices of women, the experiences of women, and we think that it is only men's history which has been written and men's experiences about which we are talking, and we somehow assume that when we talk of men, it also includes the experiences of women. And therefore, it is really very difficult to look at the literature and the kind of, material which is available on gender. But all of us know for a fact that, migration is a reality. All over the world, people are on move because everywhere, there is a need for human beings to look for a better life, better life for themselves, better life for their families. Sometimes, migration takes place because of a certain disaster, conflict. And so, gender, when naturally there is a migration, it is the families also that move. And therefore, gender should really be very central to all these discussion on migration, whether the migration is forced, voluntary, or it is in between. And yet, though a person's sex, gender identity, and sexual orientation, these shape the very stage of every migratory process. This is something which has really not been talked a lot. If we look at the kinds of studies that have taken place all over the world, we have found that, there is a migration of human population. In fact, right from the time when we started, human beings started on this earth, the Homo erectus of Africa, and they traveled across Europe. This was more than 175 million years. And we find that, from here, they moved to different parts of Asia. They spread across Australia, Asia, and Europe. This was the first migration that we had in history. And besides this, even if you look at the histories of the Roman and the Norman conquest, we have always had migration of the elites group. Here, when they conquered Britain, they moved into Britain. And it was these migrant population that really changed the whole history of Britain, when the Anglo-Saxons came. And we find that, some of the reasons why these early people were migrating was primarily because of climate change, because of the changes in the landscape. They were not having adequate food supply. But by the time you come to 18th century, there is a race to now control human population. And you see a lot of migration in the form of slave trade. Again, unfortunately, when we talk of slaves, it is only males who are referred. We have very few stories of female slaves, their experiences, which are part of history. And then, after this, when industrialization comes in by 18th century, we find that there were three major kinds of migration. You had labor migration, you had refugee migration, and migration because of urbanization. There were millions of agricultural laborers who left the countryside, and they moved into cities. And all of us are familiar with the history of late 18th century all over the world. Because of urbanization, there were so many issues that came up in these cities. And therefore, the labor market is something where you have continued to have a lot of migration which is going on. By the time we come to the 19th century, by 1820s, the Atlantic slave trade is something which is diminishing sharply. But then we have a lot of issues in the world like overpopulation, open agricultural frontiers, rising industrialized centers. And there is a lot of voluntary migration also which is taking place for people to have a better lifestyle. And this is also helped by the improved transport facilities that are available. We find that by the time we come to 20th century, trans labor migration is a reality. There are more than 3 million migrants per year who are moving around to places, right from Norway, Ireland to China. And it is, there is a lot of inflow. This is a period where there is also the whole process of national state formation. You are having colonialism at its peak. And, people are also migrating to the US, which America becomes like a melting pot. The period following the First and the Second World War, where the world saw a lot of genocide. And this also had a lot of impact on migration, because you had a lot of Muslim population moving from the Balkans to Turkey. You had Christians who were moving in the other direction, and there was also the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. In India, we have already had the experience of partition. Partition saw a large number of people, migrating from India to Pakistan, Pakistan to India. Only few works, there were a large number of women who were also affected by this migration. And though now, some of these voices are coming up, because, you had more than 17 million people who were displaced in this partition. And it was, primarily the Hindus and Sikhs in India who were affected by it. And then you had a lot of these people migrating into, Pakistan, the present day Bangladesh. Today, when we look at modern India, there are more than 100 million migrants which take place. You have different kinds of network based on caste, social networks, and they play a very powerful role in this. In fact, the research done by the Overseas Development Institute, it shows that there is always a rapid movement of labor from slower to faster growing parts of the economy. Migrants often find themselves excluded, when they are looking at urban housing policies. The kind of support is very minimal. They do not have so much access to market. And yet, because of this human desire to improve their lot, there is always a migration. In the present day world, the migration has increased much more than before, because again, there is a seeking for new opportunities, bettering of their lives. And we find that, migration has always occurred according to historical facts based on colonization, industrialization, and urbanization. These three become the landmark, turn point in history where there is a lot of migration. Something very interesting is by the time you come to the Second World War, it gives a lot of impetus to feminization of the workforce, because now you have a global economy which is coming out. And again, if you look at South Asia, the migration patterns are very much dominated by factors such as agricultural modes of production, sometimes due to marriage within the family. And it is also because of, the constraints they were facing. If you look at the kinds of writing, I have also mentioned this earlier, most of the writings on migration are gender blind. In fact, right up to 1970s, whenever migration was being spoken about, it was only being spoken about for male migration. And it was only after 1970s and 80s that scholarship came. They started focusing on the experiences of women. And as happens with any kind of a new study, initially when migration study was done, they simply added women, but the same kind of biases continued. We have two kinds of approach in these kinds of studies which came up. One was, an approach to adjust women to the mix and steer it, because, till now we were only talking of male migration, let's add women to it. And this was not really going into depth. It was not reflecting on the societal roles, the relationship between men and women, as well as the impact this power relationship had on this whole, migration. The second approach was where we were following the approach of a gender and development theory. And the analysis started with the assumption that the behavior, roles, and relation between men and women are conditioned by societal structures and expectation. And, therefore, they were addressing this issue in totality and definitely not in isolation. And what this kind of work was doing, it really, aspects which they focused a lot on the development aspect, they really brought in questions of gender into these kinds of writing. They discussed a lot about forced migration theory, and they were also talking a lot about, the different stages at which migration takes place. Now, when you look at gender is not simply available to be measured by the asset of social relationship, the whole, immigration patterns, but we have to really start by examining gender relations. You have to facilitate and constrain both, how men and women are settling to this migration process. And there is always a push and pull factor. Just as it impacts men, it also impacts women. Besides this, gender migration can be because of poverty, it could be because of conflict, it could also mean because of the labor market demands, the kind of wage differences which are occurring, and also migration takes place because of the whole network and ties which have. And whenever we analyze the gender geographies of power, we have to examine gender as occurring across transnational spaces. And it consists of three basic components, talking in terms of geographical scales. What is it? How does gender operate in a multi-spatial and social scale across transnational terrains? When we look at gender and migration, what is the impact these have on macro, meso, or micro levels? How do we represent the body, the family within this? So, geographical scale becomes very important to analyze the whole pattern of migration. Second is we have to talk about the social location. What is the person's political interconnected power to hierarchies? What is the whole historical, political, economic, and kinship system? How is it based? And the third is we also have to talk about power geometrics. What are the different kinds of degrees and agencies people have when they are migrating? What are the kind of access to resources that they have? And unless we take care of these three aspects, no amount of studies on migration can do justice as far as gender is concerned. Because, the kind of studies that have taken place, they are very gender blind. We are not really focusing so much on women. And we have to recognize that a lot of feminization of migration is also taking place. The very fact that, as was mentioned initially, a large number of these migrants are women. And you have, when women are moving with this human capital, with the self-esteem, and they are also bearers of their families and communities, it changes a lot of migration. The whole traditional norms get changed. There was a very interesting study done on the Dharavi in the Bombay slums. See, in the Bombay slums, when many of these families live, they live in very narrow, squalor, confined spaces, and they have all come from rural areas where they have so much of open space, greenery. And yet, the study I remember reading, when they were talking to the women, many of the women said that they don't mind all this squalor, this place, because they feel they have much more freedom in this area. They are able to do, because in the traditional setup in their villages, etc., though they may have so much space, a woman's space is always restricted. She is in a parda, she is behind this thing. There are so many restrictions on her talking, on her, the whole rituals, the way family operates. And therefore, many of these women who moved out from joint families into nuclear families, they were staying in these urban slums. They preferred that because as a woman, they found much more freedom. They have more freedom for education, other economic opportunities. Again, we find that whenever, even when women are not the migrants, when women stay back, see, one, when women are migrating, it impacts them a lot. Second, when women are not migrants, they are staying back. But again, when the husbands are migrating, it also has a lot of impact on them, because, it can again change gender norms at home. If you look at history, during the Crusades, etc., what happened? In medieval period, all the men were going out, they were busy fighting the wars, all these feudal lords, and the whole management of the feudal, the manor house came into the hands of these elite women. They were the ones who started managing the serfs. They were the ones who managed all these huge lands. They were taking care of the serfs that were staying in their tenants. And women really became very independent at this period. The same kind of a phenomena you can even see today. When the men are migrating, women stay back, and it also brings about a change in their whole, norm. It creates much more agency for women. Now, especially, when men, I come from a region like Uttarakhand, it is called the money order economy. Many of the people, because we've had so many landslides, climate change, 2013 was a big disaster in this region. The mountains are very fragile. There are no sources of livelihood. So a large number of people, there are villages after villages which have become empty. People are migrating to urban areas. And even the women who are left home, they just survive on this money order. It's called the money order economy because the money which is sent earlier. But then even if this money which comes in the form of remittance or something, it has a lot of impact on these women because they are the ones now responsible for running and, running the business, running the homes. And we find that, again, when women are migrating, look at Kerala, look at all these nurses. One of my students looked at the whole, process of where women from Kerala were migrating as nurses and they were sending back remittance at home. It improved the status of the family. Though these women had a very lonely life, they were not interacting, they had no social life. but then the very remittance which they were sending back home, added to the value of these families, the whole economy of the families. However, we have to recognize that, you know, uh, the effect of migration may not always be very positive. Sometimes returning migrant have to revert back to their traditional norms and gender roles. And this can, which may be at very odds with their social, political, and economic preferences. Sometimes, migration can also become a strain on the families, where, with the effect on children, especially, when a highly skilled migrant leaves and returns back to the community. They may not necessarily find those kind of jobs, and especially women, after a certain period when they have earned and they are asked to return back, they may not necessarily find the same level of healthcare services back home, which they are used to working abroad. And definitely there is a reduction in their income. So, migration also has a negative impact when these women return back. But definitely, what is important is that, though we have so many international conventions, declarations, and laws which have been established to protect these women and migrants, many of the countries have taken their own measures to improve the benefits of migration, to reduce the risk and vulnerability of these migrant women. And yet, we find that by and large, when you look at women, the opportunities for these migrant women in terms of, advancement of gender equality is something which is still to be realized. It is something which is not yet achieved. See, gender always influences migration. How people migrate, where they migrate, the kinds of network they have, what are the resources which are available. Whether we are talking in terms of risk, vulnerability, or need, they are also very much affected by all these aspects. So, whether any society, the very role, expectations, and the relationship of power dynamic is associated, being a man's world, how do women place themselves? And especially when these women are they have identities like that of being lesbians, bisexual, and transgender, it really creates a lot of problem. But these are issues again to which we have not even started addressing. Therefore, we have to really pay more focus to understand, how gender interacts in the whole migration process, how migration influences gender roles and relation. We have to understand that there is a specific nature, a gender specific nature to migration. And whatever we are talking in terms of advocating equal rights of employment, mobility, combating discriminatory migratory practices, all this are influenced by gender. And therefore, it is also important to respond to how gender influences the various social services, whether it is in terms of economic growth, capacities, or vulnerability. This becomes very important. See, when we are talking of understanding women's roles in migration, it is something that, we have to start by this uh, aggregate data based on sex. This is something which is still very rarely available. And we find that, most of the migration research which takes place, it is based more on economic, financial cost, benefit analysis. And when we are analyzing female migrants and gender, it is very important to even look at the social aspects of migration. It is gender is, we have to recognize that gender is nothing but a social construction of male and female. And it is the gender norms that shape roles, expectations, and behavior which are associated with masculinity and femininity. Gender norms can both empower and constrain rights and opportunities. Therefore, it becomes very important to give a gender analysis of the kind of power and equality which takes place when migration takes place. Migration can also, like I have already mentioned, it can be very much empowering for women. I gave an example of Bombay slum, but when women have more access to employment, educational opportunities, and they have this ability to change gender norms and the whole concept of equality, they are able to take decisions on their own, especially women who are also in their own home lands where they are in a very vulnerable position. They also get empowered. And therefore, we have to, whenever we are looking at this issue, one also has to understand the growing feminization of migration flows. We have to look at the whole increasing selectivity of migration towards highly skilled jobs. This has given a lot of concern about brain drain as is now. Again, when you look at the whole labor market, we find there is a lot of gendered feminization of domains. Look at the whole domestic domain, look at entertainment, care work, prostitution. All this is dominated by women who are migrating. And again, if you look at the male domains, it is, they are the ones who are involved with truck construction, transportation. Therefore, obviously men and women are going to have different experiences because they are dealing with different areas. And we find that again, there is an issue of transnational parenting. What happens to the children when these women are migrating? How do the children cope up? This is again an area where we have really not done any work. There was a very interesting study by Oso and Garrison in 2005. And they say, they made a very interesting point in this, that they said, when you look at any study on migration of women, in the literature, we find that, they have really overlooked the experiences of women. What is very important is, we have to look at service sector, we have to look at domestic services, and only then, we can understand the whole migration experiences of women, the whole labor market. And this is something which has really not been done to that extent. Another very interesting study came up in 2001 by Parenhas, who is talking about, the global women of the world of the nannies, the nannies who are going to different worlds, the maids who are working. Again, Stanford is talking about the whole, servants of globalization, women and domestic work, and how this domestic work is being carried out by women who are migrating. So therefore, the point which I'm trying to mention is that though some studies are taking place about women, we have to really focus on the experiences of these women, because these women migrants have a totally different kind of experience from that of men. There was a ILO convention on the rights of the female domestic labor, and the kind of exploitation that is happening around the world and its ramification. And yet only 22 countries around the world have signed this. Because when women migrate to some countries, they may be unable to seek work independently. They may have lot of abuse in these families. All of us are familiar coming from Hyderabad. In a study which we did in the old city, you have a large number of women who are sent to the Middle East. They are as employee domestic work to help those families. But then many of these women are trafficked, they are sexually abused, and their passports are taken away, they are not able to come back, and this is a very rampant phenomena. Another kind of migration which takes place is of very young girls in the old city of Hyderabad who get married to sheikhs who are double triple their age, and this is the family gets money, the qazi who performs the marriage gets money, the person who arranges this marriage also gets money, and it is the sheikh uses this girl for some time, and they just abandon them. Many of these women are with children, so there is a lot of exploitation in the name of migration. See, for every successful women in the old city, who may have gone abroad to the Middle East, she comes back with lot of gold, jewelry, wealth, and she impresses everyone because they all come from very impoverished background. There are 20 cases of failed marriages, and yet the hope is always there, and they keep marrying the girls outside. There is something, at present, there is another very serious issue going on in Hyderabad. You have more than 40,000 people who are, the Rohingya crisis created a lot of displacement of people, and many of these have come to Hyderabad. They are staying in the outskirts of Hyderabad. You have women, they live under very appalling conditions, and they are refugees. They have been thrown out because of their the state doesn't recognize them, and here you have the whole media looking upon them as terrorists. In this whole debate about these women either being terrorists, being thrown out of the country, being political refugees, we have overlooked the rights of these women, the migrants who have come, and this is something which is very sad. I cannot talk about female migration till I talk about sex trafficking. This is a forced migration which is taking place. This is a gendered phenomena. A lot of these smugglers exploit refugees, these desperate women who are looking for a better life. In fact, today, if you look at statistics, next to arms trade and drugs trade, a lot of money is generated through trafficking. And all these women, there are 10 women, 10 people who live off the earning of this women who is brought into prostitution, sex trade, through deceit, through conceit. And we find, there is always a promise of a better life, safe passage to a developed world. And yet, once these women land up, they are uprooted from their traditional homeland, they end up in sex trafficking. The whole sex trafficking issue has been so much glorified by Bollywood. You have these whole movies talking about this whole village girl who's incapable of finding work, and then she migrates into this big city. She resorts to various means. She has so much money, she sends a lot of money back home as remittance, and this whole rosy picture which is created. But then this also, though there may be economic reasons behind this, we cannot really ignore the experiences of these women who are migrant. There is also a lot of, when we talk of migration, we also have to focus on the wage gap between male and female. For the same kind of work which they are doing, there is a lot of gap, whether it is domestic work. Many of these migrant workers agree to work for a very less. There are no unions that work in these places. And therefore, I would really like to conclude by saying that migration is something which has happened right from the time human beings have come to the earth. And we have always had flows of people from less developed region to more developed region, looking for a better life, better economic opportunity, better social life. And unfortunately, though, these families migrate with their women, a lot of women are also migrating. If we look back into history, we have really not focused on gender migration. because all these studies are so gender blind. These are areas where we really need to talk, because women either moving for sex trade because of trafficking, women moving out because of looking for better work as domestic servants in the middle. These are all realities, and yet very rarely has any kind of study captured the experiences of women. And therefore, we really need to talk and highlight these aspects of women. Thank you very much.
ఇవ్వండి అయ్యా పెట్టారు Dear participants, మ్యూట్ చేయలేదు ఇవ్వండి ఇక్కడ If anyone want to interact with ma'am, please interact. Dear participants, please, if anyone want to interact, please interact with ma'am. This is the interactive session, so please. కల్పన కృష్ణయ్య గారు ఉంటారు. Impact out. ఏం చేద్దాం చాట్తో ఇంటరాక్ట్ అవ్వాలి త్రూ చాట్ అన్నా
చాట్ నొక్కితే మళ్ళీ వెళ్ళిపోతుంది.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for giving an excellent talk, and thank you on behalf of Women's Studies Center of K.B.N. College for accepting our invitation. Thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am. Next session. Next session. 10 నిమిషాలు ఇవ్వండి ఇంటరాక్టివ్ సెషన్ బ్రేక్ వద్దు ఈ సెషన్ అయ్యాక బ్రేక్. The next technical session, led by Professor Moni Kurvilla, Director, Center for Women Studies, University of Calicut. And now I invite Dr. Majorunisa, Director, K.B.N PG Courses, to introduce Professor Moni Kurvilla.
A very good morning. This is Dr. Mazhar, Department of MBA. Immensely presents before you the great profile of today's resource person, Dr. Moni Kurvilla garu. It's my honor to present ma'am's successful journey before all of you. Dr. Moni Kurvilla is the founding director and professor at Center for Women Studies, University of Calicut. She is the author of the books Discrimination Against Girl Child, The Trajectory of Missing Girls, and the Malayalam book Life Like a Tale. A few counseling. She has also authored a gender training manual titled Towards Sustainable Development, published by the Canada-based NGO. She has served as a member and national resource person of the UGC National Consultative Committee for Capacity Building of Women Managers in Higher Education, and has been the regional and sub-regional coordinator of the same. She has authored several she has adorned several senior positions at University of Calicut, like Director, UGC Academic Staff College, Director, Institute of Tribal Studies, and Research and Chairperson of the University Complaints Committee that looks into cases of sexual harassment in the campus and affiliated colleges. Dr. Kurvilla has 75 research papers on various education and gender issues published in reputed national and international journals. She has also completed several research projects in the area. She has presented numerous papers on different aspects of women's lives in various national and international seminars. She is an executive member of numerous research bodies and teachers organizations throughout the country. She is also a member of the Board of Studies of Women's Studies at PG and MPhil levels in various universities, and is the chairperson of the same University of Calicut. She is a member of the PhD Assessment Committee of several Indian and foreign universities. She is a resource person of various government entities like the Social Welfare Department, Women's Commission, Women Development Corporation, ICDS, Police Department, etc. And that of the in-service teacher training programs of the Department of Education. She is also a resource person of the poster of orientation, pastoral orientation centers. She is well known for her gender discrimination sensitization and adolescence education training sessions and motivation talks to students and parents. Her present research is mainly focused on gender bias in education and gender biased violence. The 28 years of teaching experience at school, college, and university levels, and the 20 years of experience as a counselor has contributed to her scholarship on various gender issues. Dr. Mauli Kuruvella contributes immensely to the empowerment of women in Kerala with a firm belief that an empowered woman is one who motivates and facilitates her less fortunate sisters to grow and develop. She is actively involved in the gender sensitization of men and women at various levels and many spheres of public life. With this brief presentation, I invite Dr. Mauli Kuruvella with a warm welcome. Thank you, ma'am. Having you with us, it's a great thing. And presenting you, it's my honor, ma'am. Thank you very much. It's over to ma'am. Babu Sambakaru, don't let me. Madam, voice our voice number out. Ma'am's voice.
మేడం మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నారు అన్మ్యూట్ చేయండి చెప్తాను
లేదంటే ఇక్కడ నుంచి మెసేజ్ పెట్టండి చాట్ చూసుకోవాలి మేడం
మేడం మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నారు అన్మ్యూట్ చేయరా
మేము అన్మ్యూట్ లో ఉన్నామా మరి ఇంతవరకు నేను mute your mic.
పోస్ట్ ఇచ్చామని చెప్పండి పోస్ట్ ఇచ్చాము మేడం అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోండి
Ma'am, you can speak now. Ma'am, you can speak now.
మొబైల్ అన్మ్యూట్ చేయట్లేదు మేడం మౌలి
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
మేడం ఇంకా పేరు వేరే పెట్టారు
Yeah. So sorry that I couldn't unmute myself because the host is not permitting me to do it. And that was the issue with the previous session. Actually, I wanted to interact with Professor Rekha Pandey, but we participants, we were not able to unmute ourselves. So please, after my session, please, the host have to permit the participants to unmute themselves. Now we are not permitted to do that. Okay, so anyway, I'm so happy that such a program on a very pertinent topic, the issues of migrant workers, is being taken up by the K.B.N College with the support of the National Women's Commission. And Professor Rekha Pandey, she has given a very beautiful introduction and a very beautiful narration regarding the historical aspects or historical perspectives regarding migration and how migration has facilitated the socio-economic growth of countries and how the world has evolved into its present form just because of migration. Empowering women in the economy and closing gender gaps in the world of work are key to achieving the agenda for sustainable development. This is a time where we are all discussing issues related or strategies related to achieving the goal of sustainable development by 2030. SDG 8 aims at achieving full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men, including young people and persons with disabilities, and equal pay for work of equal value. While SDG 5 is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. And we have to achieve these targets by 2030. These two SDGs that I mentioned, SDG 5 and 8, are so interdependent, whereby productive employment of women is a must for gender equality. But what is the nature of women's employment or labor force participation in the present context? Since this particular webinar is on migrant women workers, we need to think about what is the context of women's work. The current global labor force participation rate for women is close to 49%, while for men it is 75%, indicating a difference of 26 percentage points. In some countries, we are facing a gap of more than 50 percentage points in the work participation rate of men and women due to various reasons, mainly that are related to cultural traditions and socio-cultural norms regarding gender roles. Women remain less likely to participate in the labor market than men around the world. And this is especially true in the case of developing countries. Similarly, due to various reasons like lesser education, lesser skills, lesser opportunities for skill training, pre and post market discrimination, etc., women are more likely to be unemployed than men. The amount of time devoted to unpaid care work, it is negatively correlated with female labor force participation. There are numerous reports available on this gender gap in work participation, which highlight the pulling force, the withdrawing force of unpaid care work, the caring of children and caring of the aged as a reason for women's inability to join and sustain in the workforce. There are numerous girls who join the workforce with full zest and enthusiasm, but they will have to drop out, they will have to withdraw when the family building process starts. Irrespective of all these pulls and pushes, more and more women are joining the workforce, especially in this area, in this context of globalized economy. I think our women have become fed up with the centuries-old economic dependency on others. And also they have started becoming more and more conscious of their rights and abilities, their potentials, their needs, their desires. And with globalization, the number of women migrating for better job prospects, both within the country and those who go for transnational migration, it is increasing. In this webinar, we are discussing the issues and challenges faced by women migrant workers. In my presentation, I will be focusing more on the gender dimensions of migration, beginning with the differential reasons that encourage the decision to migrate, the gendered nature of work and work conditions that migrant women have to take up, the differential impact of the pandemic on men and women migrant workers, the reverse migration and its hassles, and the apprehensions regarding the future of the extremely vulnerable migrant women workers. I think Professor Rekha Pandey has covered several of these issues, but I am going to give a holistic picture. Definitely, better income and better living conditions are driving forces for both men and women to migrate. And migration has become such a reality in every family in a state like Kerala which I represent. Now I am sitting in Dubai, where my daughter has migrated as part of her marriage and she has taken up a job here. I remember while I was a young girl at the age of 8 years, there used to be 1, 2, or 3 maximum women in my panchayat who had migrated to foreign countries. But today, after almost 50 years, every family in my panchayat will have at least one woman member who has migrated abroad. And that is the extent of migration in Kerala. Not only men, good number of women from every family. And there are certain specific factors which account for the gender dimension of the causes for women's migration. Of all the factors responsible for migration, marriage is found to be the most prominent one. And almost 97% of people who migrate due to marriage are women. In patriarchal societies, especially that of ours, India, women will have to quit their jobs and accompany the husband to a distant land, which might be totally alien to them. There are numerous marriages happening in my state, like Mali marriage, Haryana marriage, Mysore marriage, where the women who are not even knowing another language, they will have to accompany the husbands who have come from these regions. They are marrying Keralite girls and they are taken along with them. Rekhaji has indicated how the sheikhs from foreign countries come and marry very young girls and take them with them. So this kind of migration of girls happen whether they like it or not because of marriage. Women have significantly less access, control over, and ownership of land and other assets compared to male counterparts. Land is perhaps, I think, the most important economic asset. But how many of our women have any land or any kind of assets in their name with effective property rights? Very few. And globally, only 12.8% of agricultural landholders are women. We all of us know women constitute 50% of the world population, but they own only 12.8% of the agricultural land holdings. Likewise, women are less likely than men to have access to financial institutions or to have a bank account. Thanks to NREGA, whereby millions of women have got a bank account about which they are very proud and confident. Usually, women do not have any bank account or any assets or any access to financial institutions. Hence, women are less likely to be entrepreneurs and they face more hurdles in starting business. In 40% of economies, women's early stage entrepreneurial activity is half or less than half of that of men's. So what I point out here is that women, they are in such a helpless situation to do anything on their own, in their own area, in their own city, in their own village, because of lack of economic resources. Again, just as Professor Rekha Pandey indicated, environmental degradation and climate change have disproportionate impacts on women and children. When the land, forest, and water resources are increasingly compromised, privatized, or grabbed for commercial investment, the local communities and indigenous people, particularly women whose livelihoods depend on all these, they get marginalized and they are displaced. They have nothing else to do than to migrate to a distant place. Similarly, the digital divide remains a gendered one. Most of the 3.9 billion people who are offline are in rural areas, poorer, less educated, and tend to be women and girls. My point here is that the chances of using the benefits of ICT for education, employment, in starting enterprise, finding online market for selling the products, etc., are all beyond the reach of poor rural women. Again, there are gendered factors responsible for migration of women. The prevalence of sexual and gender-based discrimination, harmful practices like child, early and forced marriage, unequal access to rights. These are all crucial reasons why women and girls migrate. Several of these reasons are absent in the case of men. The desire to escape family control or family violence or deep-seated discrimination that restrict access to education and political participation. These are all underreported reasons for migration of women, which is revealed only when looked at through a gender lens. Single mothers, widows, or divorcees, just like that, transgender women, they all experience discrimination and they use migration as a means to escape the social stigmatization. Thus, the socioeconomic factors that pressurize women to migrate in search of a livelihood, they have a gendered nature. Several of these factors are absent or not applicable in the case of men. That is why I say the reasons for migration, that itself is gendered. Now, coming to the nature of work taken up by migrant women workers. Majority of women migrant workers, irrespective of their education and skills, are primarily employed in informal sectors, especially in care work, hospitality sector, and other service sectors, and are often either not covered or only partially covered by the protective labor legislations, social security measures, and other welfare provisions. Those women who migrate along with husbands to distant places will have to face problems of finding new jobs, and that too, which will not have any kind of clashes with the work time and comforts of the main breadwinner of the family, the husband. As indicated by Professor Rekha Pandey, in joint families, women will have to seek the consent of in-laws before she takes up a particular job. The nature of job might be totally different from whatever she might be interested or whatever she might have been doing so far, along with the, the steps or measures to prove her talent, to prove herself in the new workplace. She will have to make so much of compromises with the wages. Married women with the children, despite their lesser education, lesser skills, or lack of any skills, most often coming from rural settings, also migrate in search of a livelihood. And they work as maids or the so-called nannies or low-paid sales girls in small shops and similar enterprises in quiet, unsafe conditions. Of the estimated 11.5 million international migrant domestic workers, As reported in 2013 by the ILO, approximately 73.4% were women. Almost 73.4% of domestic migrant workers, they are women. So the reason for their migration is family sustenance, and majority of them live in minimal living conditions, and they save whatever they could for their children's education, food and healthcare of children who stay back in faraway homes. Here also there is a gender dimension. The nature of work, the wages, the work conditions, and the purpose, how they live. Unlike men, majority of women migrants, they save all the earnings and send us remittances to their families. Despite the gender inequalities in the labor market and their gender wage gap, globally, women migrant workers are responsible for sending half of the estimated $601 billion in remittances worldwide in 2016. See, they are having low wages, but half of the remittances worldwide are sent by women migrant workers. I think some of you, please mute your phones. Please. Could you please mute your phones? Please mute your phones. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, research has shown that women migrant workers are often more likely than men to send remittances on a regular basis, owing to women's stronger links to family members, and perhaps because of their higher commitment to the earlier mentioned caregiving roles in the household. Regarding the special context of India, a large section of Indian economy is informal economy, with wider employment opportunities and higher wage rates in urban areas. Large majority of rural women migrate to the metropolitan cities. As elsewhere, these women migrants in India are often concentrated in low-skilled and precarious jobs, characterized by low wages, poor working conditions, limited labor and social protection, and exposure to physical and sexual violence. It was during their struggles for livelihood and sustenance that the COVID-19 pandemic broke out and aggravated their conditions. The nationwide shutdown affected lakhs of laborers, daily wage earners, domestic workers, petty traders, self-employed workers, tea stall owners, etc., who were very badly hit than the regular workers. There are statistics showing that the lockdown affected the livelihood of nearly 4 crore internal migrants, of which almost 50% are women migrant workers. As said earlier, all the wages that these women migrant women have earned are all sent home on a regular basis. This sudden lockdown led to the shutting of all the enterprises, all the shops, resulting in loss of jobs, loss of back wages, which in turn led to their inability to pay the rentals where they were staying, As a result, due to the inability to pay the rent, migrant women were thrown out of their places of stay. With the non-existent open spaces during lockdown, everything is closed. Nobody is permitted to move around. And all the open spaces are closed. As a result, women migrants had no other choice than to return to their faraway homes. We have seen large-scale reverse migration of workers from cities and towns during the months of May, June, and July. Women migrants had to walk thousands of kilometers to their way back home in the extreme heat, even without proper food or water. And how many of them met with accidents? You remember the last week of March, during the whole month of April, there were no provisions provided by the government. So several of them had to walk thousands of kilometers. And we have seen the photographs of women carrying young children at a time when they themselves were struggling to walk ahead. And at night, majority of them had to sleep on the roadside. Unlike men, this has been a major threat to the privacy and security of women workers. Men can sleep anywhere. But what about women and children and young girls? And also we could see that women were found to carry back home all what they had procured while living in cities, irrespective of the hectic travel and ill health. Have we ever thought about why women dare to do this? To carry all their earnings, their belongings. It is all because of their abject poverty and nothingness in their faraway homes. When we discuss the gender dimensions of migration, we should also think about the SRH right violations, sexual and reproductive health right violations of migrant women workers. These are all related to the biological conditions like monthly periods, pregnancy, delivery, menopause, and other age-related malfunctions of the body. Such a dimension doesn't pose any threat to men migrants. Challenges related to menstrual hygiene management, the lack of availability and lack of money to purchase sanitary pads, contraceptives, lack of access to MTP, medical termination of pregnancy. These are all issues that women face unlike men. Correct data in this regard are yet to come. As we know, at a time when the entire healthcare machinery was focusing its attention on the emergencies of the COVID-19 pandemic, the antenatal and prenatal care of pregnant women received least attention. And this was applicable in the case of these migrant women workers. So we have seen several instances of roadside deliveries when these migrant workers failed to get hospital facilities. Even some of them had to face death. In one case, a woman had to walk 150 kilometers after her delivery to reach a hospital. Even today, we don't have correct data on the number of cases of abduction and kidnapping that might have happened during the reverse migration process. Even in the case of women migrants with regular jobs, such as healthcare workers and other professionals, the pandemic has created much panic and havoc. We have heard the messages sent by Indian women working in foreign countries like America and Italy that they were lacking proper personal protection equipments, and their anxieties about themselves and about their dear ones far away. Such issues, due to the pandemic, have had a heavy toll on the mental health of women migrants who became so helpless and so hopeless in the early days of lockdown and worried about the well-being of their husband, children, and parents in faraway homes. Studies on such issues are also ongoing. The results we are yet awaiting. The impacts of the pandemic on men and women migrants are also different about their future, the future impacts. As usual, women are the last to be hired and the first to be fired. Fear of job loss and actual job loss were more among women. The job loss happened to migrant women are likely to take much more time to reinstate as the employers or entrepreneurs, especially the small and medium enterprises, they will need lot much governmental support and much more time to come back to the normal, whereby majority of migrant women, they cannot think about getting reinstated in their previous jobs in the near future. Women, as per their culturally allocated gender role of caring and nurturing, have lost all that they had saved from their little earnings. And hence the impact of job loss and salary loss are likely to have much more severe impact on children and the aged in families. This becomes so crucial in the case of female-headed household, single mothers, deserted or divorced women migrants, because they have nothing left aside for their survival. The most recent Directorate of Health Services data shows that nearly half of Indian households face overcrowding, with 3 or more people sharing a small room. Such households are in significant numbers in rural areas where the norms of physical distancing and home quarantine all become literally impossible with the return of the migrant workers. Highly populous states have a majority of migrant families inhabiting slums and other structures with deplorable sanitary conditions. This also poses serious challenges to the sexual and reproductive health rights of women and girls, along with the increased risk for COVID infections. In Kerala, I represent Kerala, I told you earlier, we were so happy that we could contain the COVID curve and we were much applauded for that. But when all our people who had migrated, they have returned home, the conditions have become so worse and so threatening that now we are struggling hard to fight the hiking rate of infections. But all these people are ours. All these migrant people, they only helped the Kerala economy to flourish to the present situation. And now they are back, and now we are facing this hike in the rate of infections. Another impact of reverse migration is that the villages do not have the employment capacity to absorb the huge number of returning migrants. At the same time, there is this acute shortage of workforce in cities where the economy is struggling to come back to the normalcy. Even the cash transfer policy recommended by 3 of our Nobel laureates is not getting implemented out of this fear that the migrants who have reached their homes may not return to the cities in the near future if they are being paid cash transfers. Though there are several reasons proposed for the non-implementation of cash transfer policy, I think it would be a great relief to the migrant women workers who struggle hard to ensure healthcare and education needs of their children. It is true that the government is supplying food grains and free cereals and cooking gas to millions of people through the public distribution system. But this is not enough in the real life situations. Unless special care and provisions are not made, I fear the number of dropouts from education is likely to be very high because these migrant women, how can they take care of the education needs of their children, especially the education needs which is online? Now, what is the way forward? We have to bring down the rate of growth of infection on one side, and the country has to bring back its economy on the track. In these attempts, what I want to convey is we need to formulate appropriate policies with a gender perspective to ensure the livelihood of women workers, especially those who have lost all their hopes regarding employment. Our policymakers have to bear in mind that gone are the days of male breadwinner concept. Women have already become equal breadwinners, and in several cases, they are more concerned with the sustenance of the family and the various needs of family members than men. It is now the responsibility of the state to lend maximum support to women in enabling them to become productive in the form of more job opportunities, skill training, motivation, and support in the form of seed money to start small enterprises. There are studies that show women's money is family's money, and how women contribute and spend all what they earn for family needs, much more than that of men. And my request to the National Women's Commission is that the Commission should take special interest in ensuring the gender perspective in the upcoming policy formulations. So, the concept of women as a workforce is to be acknowledged and supported. Their challenges and needs are to be addressed with utmost priority. And in this regard, I think there is little more time. A few measures I would like to suggest, and I am sure my fellow panelists and the participants, they themselves could contribute. We need to find more job opportunities for women and more interest-free loans to be provided to women to start small enterprises. Definitely at a later stage, interest could be taken, but in the beginning 6 months, or maybe in the beginning 1 year, interest-free loans are to be provided by the government. A skill mapping of the migrant workforce should be undertaken. See, several of these migrant workers, especially those engaged in construction field, those engaged in numerous other sectors, they have skills. A skill mapping of the migrant workforce should be undertaken at the district or local self-government institution level, panchayat level, and social security schemes to be generated to rehabilitate them. More of community kitchens under the supervision of local self-government. Women themselves starting, we are sure they cannot help themselves. But if it is started under the supervision of the panchayats, it could provide more job opportunities for women in their villages. Skill training of various types need to be provided to women. The food security measures through the public distribution system is to be retained, and I hope the government will definitely do it till the conditions are back to normal. As we cannot afford any single human being to suffer from poverty. Whether these migrant laborers, they have an Aadhaar card or any identity or anything, they should be given all the facilities of the public distribution system because they are all our brothers and our sisters, our people. And again, vast majority of Indian women migrate as paid domestic and care workers. Numerous of them work as nannies. Several of them had to return. While being in Dubai for the last 3 weeks, I was inquiring about the conditions. Numerous men and women lost their jobs. Numerous women were sent back. I don't know how they are going to survive. So I think even with regard to transnational migration or migration within our internal migration, setting up of more of daycare centers, not only for the young, but also for the aged, under governmental control at the panchayat level, with at least one daycare center for the young and one for the aged at the panchayat level or block panchayat level minimum is a means to generate more of employment opportunities, and their skills could be used for community development. The employed women, they will be free. They could go for their work, and the children will be taken care of in the daycare centers. The aged parents will be taken care of in the daycare centers. Numerous women will get employment there. Also, the NREGA, that scheme could be enhanced with more days of work and higher wages to the less skilled migrant force. Our finance minister Nirmala Sitaram, she has given the higher allocation for this NREGA program. That's a very good attempt. Definitely, we know the government is taking all measures, but we need more of it, more and more, because especially with regard to the women migrant workers, they are the people who had been away, now come back with nothing with them. All their earnings have been spent and utilized. All of a sudden, they have become penniless. They have become hopeless. When are they going to get a job in the future? Nobody knows. So, this period of uncertainties, let us all the people, along with the government, we must all do maximum what we could do for the rehabilitation, facilitating their survival, their happy and peaceful coexistence. That is what a webinar like this, we need to understand the gender dimensions, and then we need to propose strategies. And this being a webinar that is being funded by or sponsored by the National Commission for Women, I am sure the proposals that we put forth from this webinar will be definitely attended by the National Commission for Women and will be taken forward. So once again, thanking for your patient listening and thanking Professor Krishna Priya and Krishnaveni for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. I'm ready to take any queries, but I request Professor Krishnaveni to facilitate the unmuting of the participants. That is the problem in my earlier session, because I wanted to talk a lot with Professor Rekha Panda, but I couldn't do because I was not able to unmute myself. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Yours is a wonderful presentation on the topic. Really, we are all enriched with your presentation. Definitely, the thing you mentioned, unmuting the other participants' mics, will do, ma'am. Definitely, we'll go through it. Thank you for your presentation. It's our honor to have you here. and associating with you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now, the next session we are going to, yeah. If anybody is there to interact with ma'am, you can,
chat box.
Through chat box, you can interact. Any of the participants want to interact with our resource person, they can interact with the through chat box. Ma'am, will you please open your chat box?
Yeah, I have seen.
You have seen, ma'am.
There is just one question from Pamela. That is, I am not sure if this webinar is only about tackling women's issues during lockdown. But yes, women in India face a lot of problems based on gender, irrespective of domestic abuse or migration issue, much more than their counterparts. Only teaching women about their rights will have less effect. In my view, to empower women, we need to teach every woman rights based on international laws and Indian constitution, including men, folk, and youth. Reserve at least one chapter to teach women's rights in social science subjects of every school class in India. Please elaborate if this is applicable in the case of India. Thank you, Pamel, for your valuable note. Yes, I always say that we need to teach or make our women and girls aware of their rights. Along with that, we need to make them aware of their duties and responsibilities. They are equally applicable, duties and responsibilities. And Pamel has requested that it will be good to include a chapter on women's rights in all social science subjects in every class, from class 1 till the professional courses. There should be gender studies components dealing with women's rights. And these rights are to be taught not only to women, but also to men and boys. Now, the women studies people, we are focusing more on our attention more on men and boys. Because in several cases, we can see women and girls have reached a particular stage, especially in a state like Kerala. The girls and women, they are all set for a takeoff. But our boys and men, they are still in the previous stage. They are not ready to accept the equal capabilities of women or the needs and interests of women. So now we are diverting our attention to men and boys also. That is the need of the hour. And there are numerous governmental schemes and programs and agencies which are concerned with ensuring the rights of migrants. It is there, but still, I don't understand why our girls, they fall as easy victims into trafficking. That is very sad. They don't learn from the experiences of fellow women. So we need more and more awareness programs on the international policies and the rights and the schemes, everything. We need more of such webinars. And I think this is a wonderful time, the most apt time where we can sit at the luxury of our homes and become aware of what is happening around us. Thank you. No more queries are there. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Bhavana.
Madam,
Madam, one more.
But that question is not there.
Ma'am, it was there in the chat box, ma'am.
Let me see.
Kalpana, she's asking, how can education of girls in this COVID? It's an half question. She has not completed the total question. She's asking that how can education of girls in this COVID pandemic? She's something she want to clarify?
I think perhaps she might be apprehensive about the online education programs.
Yes.
As I mentioned in my talk itself, there is a gender disparity or a gender digital divide. There are numerous girls who lack a smartphone. And now that education has focused or has diverted into online platform, and that is our only means. We cannot think about classes, regular classes, and we cannot think about dropping an academic year. So definitely the system has to move on. So online classes is the only means, was the only strategy left aside. So there are numerous girls who lack a smartphone. There are numerous girls who lack data due to lack of money. And there are numerous cases where there are range issues. It is there. It is a reality. And my suggestion in this regard is, if we people, human beings, we are human beings, we have a humanitarian side. If a teacher comes to know that her student, her girl student, is suffering because of the lack of a smartphone, definitely the teacher herself, or at the department level, or at the college level, you will find a means to support the girl. That is sure. The second thing, lack of data. We are all providing support to girls, whoever has the inability to have data in their phone. That also the teachers will do, or the college will do. And then coming to lack of range. In that cases, we have found alternatives. We can have audio and video classes which are sent to their smartphones, and these girls who lack a data, they can come to a place at least once a day or once a week, download everything, all the audios and videos, go back to their home and continue their studies. So if there is a will, there is a means for everything. And I am so sure about the humanitarian feelings that all of us have. So we need not worry about that. This is our only option, and we have to continue with online classes. Okay. Anything else? Dr. Bhavana, can you read it out? I couldn't see anything.
Yes. Thank you very much, ma'am. This is Dr. Mazhar from K.B.N. College MBA department.
Yeah.
Ma'am, it's a very informative session, ma'am, really. And your smile is so so nice, ma'am. It's like a smiley presentation from you. Wonderful smile you're having. Having you is a wonderful day for all of us, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have the third technical session, or we are going to start the third technical session. It's by Professor Mani Mekhalai, Department of Women's Studies, Bharatidasan University. Now we are having that session. And now our computers department faculty, Miss Geeta Pavani, is going to present the profile of Professor Mani Mekhalai. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning to one and all. This is Geeta Pavani, Department of Computer Science, K.B.N. College. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our today's speakers, Dr. N. Manmaikalai. The present director and professor was formerly a faculty of Department of Economics, Bharatidasan University. She was in charge of the Center of Women's Studies from November 2004 to March 2005 and appointed as full director on March 21st, 2005. She has been worked on the area of gender, entrepreneurship, gender and economy, women in unorganized sector, women in management, women health and hygienic, capacity building and management, and various other issues of gender for the past 18 years and widely written on the above areas, published papers, guiding doctoral scholars, undertaking research projects, organizing seminars, workshops, producing training manuals, writing textbooks, handbooks, creating women's cells and gender clubs in colleges, and also instructional in getting Center for Women's Studies from UGC to various colleges in Tamil Nadu. She serves as advisory committee member and mentor to several women's studies center in southern India. She has also been serving as advisory to various colleges, universities, including technical universities, NGOs, and other social organizations to plan and execute women empowerment programs. She created institutions like Women Entrepreneurs Association of Tamil Nadu, Menstrual Hygienic Management Consortium, and Regional Association of Women's Studies, etc. Thank you so much. And I request Madam to start the session. Thank you, Ma'am.
Ma'am, you can present voice out the same. Madam, you can present.
Is it
your
audible
screen.
now?
Yes, madam. Yes.
It's audible?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me. All the organizers concerned there in K.B.N. College, and I also greet my colleagues, Professor Rekha Pandey and Professor Moli Kurula, who just finished their presentation. So I have been asked to talk on socioeconomic aspects of migrant women workers. I have shared my PowerPoint also. If you could do that, please do. Otherwise, it's okay. So as far as this UN data is concerned, it is saying that women make up 48% of the migrant across the world. So globally, it is the women migrant who almost constitute half. But as already pointed out by other speakers, it is whether for work, that is the issue. Whether they go for, they are quote unquote migrants, but whether they are migrant workers, that is the issue. You are not getting my video. Yeah. So we'll start from this information that women almost migrate half. And again, drawing from the various data source like Global Compact Migrant Report, ICHRT, UN Women, etc., we could find that in 1990, there were around 49.2% of all international migrants who were female. Whereas in 2017, not much of a decline, only 1 point decline, 48.4% of all international migrants. So women migrate from, yes?
Ma'am, you sent a PPT to me, ma'am. Actually,
shall
I present?
Yeah, you can.
Present.
Yeah, please present, please present. And in 2017, there are around 48.4% international migrants. So what I want to convey is that there are women who are international migrants, and there are also internal migrants. And a state like Kerala's just Dr. Murli Kurul also pointed out, it is a prospective migration where people migrate and they have associations, affiliations, even the family members will be there, and they join, and they just bring back remittances to the their own economy. So the migration positively helps the particular state. So there are both prospective and distress migration. Prospective migration is good. That is what migration per se is not bad. If it is going to bring you and it is going to be, develop the country, contribute to the foreign exchange reserves, and also the particular state economy will grow, and individual households will also be grow, and there is no issue at all. But migration is an issue when it is distress migration. You have been driven out of your own native habitat where you had been enjoying your life there, and you had a different life, and being there in the native and getting all facilities, including economic earnings, will always be a blessing. But now, thanks to education and also marriage, employment, all sorts of reasons drive the and unemployment or monsoon failure, agriculture failure, all these drive the people in general and women in particular, including adolescent girls, to migrate to other side. So the migration could be of say internal migration, international migration, and it could also be like uh, seasonal migration, circular migration. This daily commuting also is happening. Recently, I have conducted a study to understand the sanitation facilities for women at workplaces in the unorganized sector, particularly the informal sector, integrating with the menstrual hygiene needs. Wherein we have taken the domestic workers, the construction workers, the street vendors, who are the vulnerable lot, and of course women in retail service sectors. They may be in the supermarket, malls, but at the same time you will also be found in a very small supermarkets. So these are all the retail sector. So migrants, when they go abroad, and we know very many success stories, they are able to contribute in terms of in 2017 it was estimated that around $596 billion back to their homes, with around $450 billion going to developing economies. So that is the contribution, I should say. Since we are talking about economic aspect, I should definitely bring these contributions. And as far as the trends, the patterns of migration pattern. So, of course, I already told that migration is a phenomenon where you have both prospective and distress migration. And distress migration is the one which we need to concentrate. Particularly in the distress migration, women are mostly found. For instance, in rural areas, when there is no non-farm employment, because agriculture has already failed in several villages, you have more than decadal drought, continuous drought, and therefore there is no scope for agriculture. Therefore, men choose to go to other places, either permanent or whether it is national or international migration, it will be realized. Whereas women will be looking after the existing work. That is why, quote unquote, we say feminization of in rural areas, which is again distress feminization of labor, because men have already migrated. There are some piece of land or some animal husbandry or other non-farm work to be performed, and whatever work is available there in the rural areas are being shared by these women. But beyond that, you can't go on manage with the inadequate resources that are prevailing, and therefore you are forced to migrate. And in Tamil Nadu, I can give some examples of daily commuting. See, for example, I'll bring the export processing zones, particularly the textile and garment sectors. So you have three kinds of or more kinds of migration or migrant pattern happening there in such sector. And now in the COVID context, what is happening? So in the textile sector, you can see most of the women who are not able to get employment there in the rural areas are migrating. So either they migrate permanently with the family, including the children, and settle there, because the children will also be employed. Children means above 18. I am saying about 18, should be above 18, but they will be below 18 also, but they will inflate the age and try to make them join. And you also have a scheme called Sumangali scheme or marriage scheme or whatever. It is something related to marriage. So the girls who are around 14 or 15 or 17, they will be sent to these textile sector to remain there for 3 years. And once you complete these 3 years, you will be given some lump sum. So that is why it is called Sumangali. Sumangali means something related to marriage. And so in the beginning, it was very prospective. Many parents were thinking that, okay, this lump sum was not much. It was 35,000 after 3 years. And earlier they were even used to give some sovereigns of gold, but now the price of the gold has gone up and therefore it's difficult. And but there are a hell a lot of issues. I have done a major research project on that, wherein we found that the money is not being delivered in time, and a lot of harassment, including sexual harassment, etc. I'm not going into that now. But migration part, these girls are given the accommodation, and they will be called at any time. They are available for work. There will be 3 shifts, and they will be going there to work, and sometimes no accountability for additional working hours, etc. And the third aspect is that commuting every day. You can go to the next slide. I'm talking in the third slide, migrants in India. So in that some 50 kilometers radius, there are villages. The textile sector is located. Yeah, this is the one. Textile sector is located in a particular point, and if people they'll be flying buses. They'll be picking from the doorstep the workers and then drop them also back. So this is also another kind of. And in the construction set, I was talking about this the recent study, which is still to be completed. The draft has been completed. So wherein we found that the construction workers also migrate from the rural areas to urban areas, either on a permanent basis or on a temporary or daily commuting basis. If there is one contract, because you all know that in the globalization context, it is the contract labor system. You go, you are dependent highly on or solely on the contractors, and you will be at the mercy of the contractors to get everyday work. If you are not accepting to the norms and the expectations, quote unquote, in the construction sector, to the mason, to the contractor, to the supervisor, whoever it may be, then you'll be sent out the other day, next day. You may be coming from 100 kilometers traveling right in the morning. You would have started and reaching this work spot around 7:30 or 8, and there will be around 5,000 and odd people, both men and women, assembling there, and the contractors will come and pick you up. So, and sometimes hundreds of men and women will go back also without work, because that particular slot isn't been accommodating. And the vulnerability is more for women in certain contexts, where you have to oblige to all the needs of these people who are associated, including sexual favors. And if you're not, then you will be sent out. So this construction sector is the second largest one next to this textile, and emerging also, wherein to a certain extent women are engaged. And women, of course, you all know that they are only as the wage workers. They are not masons. So you offer masonry training to women, they go back and come join as only the wage workers, not skilled masons. And so this particular construction, I'll also show some of the graphs wherein they constitute, construction workers constitute. So take these two, the textile sector workers who go to the textile and garment factories from the rural areas, either settled there as families or single girls alone go, the adolescent girls particularly. And the other one is the construction. The third largest is the domestic workers. So that is the huge vulnerable sector. And I'll also show some of the statistics. You will definitely be wondering how so much is on a domestic work, because when women are not found with work, women are not particularly the single women, be it divorcee, widows or unmarried, whatever, they are the women headed households, maybe female headed households, wherein men would be there, or men would have gone to another married to another girl and got settled, not paying attention to this family. All these are all the realities, social realities, and these single women definitely would be constituting more in all these three categories. And if it is widows, the moment the husband is no more, or any male members in the family are not able to contribute to economic needs, definitely the woman will be resorting to these three kinds of work. The first resort is, it is in the neighborhood, you will definitely seek for domestic work as domestic helpers, because it is flexible. You can go for 2-3 hours and come back home, attend your work, and also you can attend to 2-3 households also. It's not only one households, and there is no laws, rules. There is no literally establishment. Work establishment is no more there, and therefore the governing laws are not really capturing the needs of the domestic workers. And recently, in the recent NSS also, they have included in regular this domestic workers under the category of regular workers, and thereby it is inflating the number of women workers. Actually, they are not regular workers. They don't have any social security. There is no 8 hours of work. Even if they continue to work for about 3-4 households, it will be hardly coming to 8 hours, and depends what kind of work you do. So this is something very, very disturbing in the COVID context. These three: the construction workers, the textile workers, and the domestic workers. There are other works also. These are the major work category, which is, as it was pointed out earlier, the reverse migration. How it is going to be in the textile sector? We just had a survey and found that many of the people who, of course, you all know that in Tamil Nadu, and it must be true for other parts of the country, that the textile and garment sector workers, both men and women, are drawn from other states, particularly Northeast, West Bengal, Bihar, UP, Rajasthan, Orissa. These are the states from which these workers are drawn from. In fact, in Tamil Nadu, what is happening? There were issues about this Sumangali scheme, where these girls are being, adolescent girls are being brought, foregoing their education because of the poverty and livelihood challenges, and they are not being properly paid, and there are harassment, there were suicides, there were harassment from right from the co-workers to the supervisors to even the owner and even the buyers, quote unquote. Buyers means people coming from outside, and some good-looking girls are being, this is what the term used by them, being supplied to the foreign customers. So these are all the issues, and therefore this particular adolescent girls, and the parents are not aware of that. This is not being disclosed at all. The girls do not disclose. And if they want to just get rid of it, they just be close with other boys and develop into relationship and get married also. Sometimes it will be interstate marriage, and the coping up will be very, very issue, because it is a hasty decision that the girl has taken, and the marriage will break also. These are the issues which were evidenced in our own study. So this particular component of migration, wherein I want to say that many of them drawn from other parts of the state are not able to come back. So on the one hand, it is a supply side issue and also a demand issue, and how the textile sector, which is also equally contributing to uh, the foreign exchange reserves, would be suffering, and the orders also on the decline. And the vulnerability is with these migrant workers who were drawn from other states, and you all know the picture. I'll also show you some of the photos, how they went back by foot, and they had to deliver on. The pregnant women were also into that. See, the gender issue is that the men, when they decided to go back, but when while walking by foot, it is not easy for the pregnant women or women with children, with the luggage, head luggage load of I don't know how much it would be, how it is equally possible for them to cope up with in the hot sun, and without any food also. So that is why you face some of the women delivering on the road, and some of them lost their lives also. So what is going to happen? It was told in one of the surveys that some of the reverse migrate, the people who have migrated are again coming back from their own natives. But I don't know how much what I should say, the transport and communication, or transport, as I should say, is very, very poor. And in certain states, particularly the states which I have already mentioned, be it Orissa or Bihar or UP, there were some other arrangements like Narega program is capturing the return migrants, and to certain extent, of course, it is not going to capture the entire I mean, all members of the family. It will be extended to only one, and that is why there is a demand that it is not that only one member in a particular family. Rather, all the working eligible age men and women who really back from, or really from their own workplace must be accommodated. And this is one thing. And the construction work is the worst. Of course, construction work, on the one hand, it is the lockdown, the construction work really got stalled. And the second is that this manufacturing is not happening, and some, what I should say, that sand is not being given by the government, particularly I'm talking in Tamil Nadu, and therefore they are not able to get substitute also. And even if some substitutes being provided and recommended, the construction owners of the construction building are not coming forward. So this has also ultimately implied on the work of the migrant construction workers. So I already told there are 3 different patterns, and the one which we have identified in our surveys, that the women who stay in villages due to non-availability of work, they commute every day. It is also one pattern of migration, I should say. Every day for about 100 kilometers to 120 kilometers, up and down, it will be about 200 kilometers. And having reached an assembling point, they will then be distributed to another work site, which might be sometime 50 kilometers away from the assembly points. So you please imagine and calculate how many kilometers these women, of course men also, they travel, and they coming back home is really a challenge with 300 kilometers traveled, if at all, if they have been placed after this point, some 100 kilometers, I mean 50 kilometers or so. And we were very much wondering how they will cope up with their sanitation needs, and particularly during the menstruation, because construction sites literally do not provide them proper sanitation facilities. So having done that, I'll just spend some time on the pattern of migration. There are some statistics which I have presented there. So the pattern of rural migration has been due to non-availability of work, monsoon failure, drought, etc. Whereas urban migration is due to education, non-availability of local employment, and underemployment also. Sometimes you will be qualified, but the work which you get in your own place may not be. That is why the people who are educated and elite are moving abroad, because whatever is being paid there in their own place is not actually sufficient, or recognizing their expertise. Then migrants accounted for 29% of the country's population, and in which 48% are rural, in which 46 are urban females. So I'm not going to the statistics. I'll also try to, because I asked to talk on socioeconomic aspect. There are both push and pull factors. That is the next slide, previous, wherein you have 4 factors determining the migration. So of course, one is this demographic factors. I'll just explain shortly. The population growth or the young age structure. Sometimes you will go to abroad for education. Sometimes you also push to go abroad for domestic workers. So it is the 2 extreme I'm talking. You may be leaving there for your own research or join as scientist, but you will also be leaving for some blue collar jobs, drivers, etc. So that is why. And the next factor is that is a push factor, and pull factor is, of course, you don't have really the political stability here in your own country, and other such reasons, and therefore you go to country where you have better prospects. And the other is the economic factor. This is the major factor where the push factors would be unemployment, low wages, poverty, low consumption, and living standards. This is, of course, no, I'm there in the factors. It is a tabulated column, Krishnaveni, which is the second or third slide, I believe. You have to go back. And also political factors. It includes the conflict, the war, terrorism. Most of the conflict areas people drive back. Like I can say Sri Lanka is the one best example where people started coming to India and other parts of the world. And also next the ecological factors. Yeah, this is the one. It was even I pointed out earlier by early speakers, like the disaster, whether it is tsunami or any other cyclone, and recently the Kerala flood, how much it had taken, and it really a disaster on the one hand. Of course, it is a desertification also. So you naturally be pushed to take up work outside. Similarly, you also have maybe better environment in other areas, and therefore that is a full factor. And migrant flows and migrant stocks. So that is, I already told, for quoting example of Kerala, that the family members are already abroad, and therefore it is quite whether it is for education or for employment, it is possible for others to help, because you are with information, and there are migration taking place where you have a lot of information and you go and suffer. Many people are suffering even in the COVID context. Also, we found that a group of men or women, migrant workers abroad in certain countries, they had got held up and they were not supported by the respective countries, and they suffered a lot, and they had asked the Indian government to rescue them, etc. So this is what that is also one of the push factors. And having done that, can you go to the next? The next slide, I'm giving the broad view of just to see the female percentage of workers in the sectoral various sectors, the sectoral contribution of employment for male female. So you just look into the agriculture, there are 58%. So you all know, next slide, you all know that it is always agriculture which captures more, because it is underpaid, you all know that. And put together paid and unpaid, it is around 69%. So that is why we keep claiming that 1/3 of the work is being 2/3 of the work is being performed by women. So roughly here 69%, it is put together paid and unpaid. That is in agriculture. In industry, I'm only talking about the female. So it is, see, low, how even less than half. In agriculture, you have 58% of the women engaged, because it is lowly paid and not much wage supportive work will be given to you. And industry, it is only 22, and put together it is only 16. And in the service sector, there is of course there is a general trend. As an economic student, I would say that the pattern of industrial development should be first agriculture, followed by industry, followed by services. Here you see the reverse, like it is only 15% agriculture, whereas industry 20%, service sector is 58% GDP growth. It should have been the reverse. And as you develop both agriculture and industry, service sector will respond. But here, service sector is more than, so this is not the right pattern of industrial development at all. Moving to the next, you have the estimated numbers of labor migrants in various sectors. I'll just give the last column, because what is a female share? So you see in agriculture, hunting, forestry, etc., it is 27%. Whereas in construction, it is 10%. So next to agriculture, you see construction. Of course, you also have manufacturing, mining, etc., 12%. And in all services, other, it is 14%. So totally, there are around 14% of share of work in the labor migration. So when there are 100 migrant workers, you have 14 female workforce, which accounts for a different sector-wise. It is more in agriculture, and the least is being found in the trade, hotels, restaurants. And even in all these areas, another component of the feature of this is informalization. Then next slide, there is a study done in Delhi with 4,000 and odd workers in the Delhi Haryana region in the COVID context. So they found that more than half, that is 62% employed in construction on daily wage, with an average earning of 332. So this is the plight of the workers there, and they were engaged in certain work like loading, uploading, goods transport, machinery work, that is the construction work, making garments, bags, etc. And what was the survey revealed is the companies haven't paid their workers their full wages. And this was true there for the textile sector also. We found in that in Coimbatore, Tirupur, Madurai, all these in Tamil Nadu, the textile belt, they suffer with minimum number of workers, because most of the 75% of the workers are migrant workers, and therefore you have only 25% of the local workers or some migrant workers who haven't gone back will be there, and you will be exploiting them with more hours of work, but there is no guarantee how much you paid. And even the condition told was that we will pay only half wage. If you are interested, you come, otherwise. So there is a vulnerability on the part of the workers also. So they are forced to take up even that part half of the wage, because there is no other work. And how long you will be fed by the whatever the paltry amount and the food items being distributed. Like at least Kerala, it was more. In other states, it is not. In Tamil Nadu also, it was seen to that the food security was ensured by providing food all 3 times in the Amma canteens, where people who are there on the roadside, they can go and take, and those things are ensured. But still, that may not be all the time possible. You have to go in person and take that. You can't just parcel it and come. And of course, free rice as usual was given. But all these would be that we had a survey with domestic workers also. So it was hardly sufficing for about a week or so. And then other days you have to really go to work, otherwise you suffer. And it was also found that contractors who had either denied help or simply stopped responses. So I put in my all work and you have to pay, but you either need not pay, or you just not responding to the calls. So that is the worst aspect of it in the COVID. That was revealed in the particular study conducted there in the Delhi and Haryana region. And the gender questions. In fact, the macro data on migration doesn't actually provide or capture to the gender disaggregated data. And there was a lot of discussions. So there are more women than men migrants, but women and men migrate for very different reasons. This is one of the important aspects of migration. I'll be showing those graphs also. Women's migration is predominantly on account of marriage. So that is, I'll further be elaborating this also. Like it would be prospective if the women are also migrating for work. And some of the women who are working in the native, if they go along with their husbands after marriage, they will give up this work and go. And there is no scope whether they will be able to get work in the other country they migrated. And also there are other card holder issues, whether you hold that card, etc. So all these really prevent the women to get into work. And the main reason for male migration is usually work. So there is a complete difference. For female migrants, it's marriage. Male migrants, it is work. But anyway, we are talking about women workers, migrant workers, and that is all the time invisible. The next slide. I'm talking in the next to the next slide. Kindly follow, because I just engrossed to the presentation. So social norms. Next, I have finished this slide. Social norms restricts women's mobility. We all know, we are all from women's studies background, and you know what are the factors. And when women mobile also, they will be out of leave alone certain states like Kerala, it is become a practice. But in other states, if you move from one country to other, and that too many lower income groups, grassroots women only going for domestic work. So they are not much encouraged. They look down upon, oh, this woman is going to work to serve as a domestic help, because domestic help doesn't have any dignity of work at all. That is the worst form of, and any woman who is in distress will definitely think twice to choose this work because of the kind of dignity which is being attached. When no other go, then they will choose to. So that is one of the reasons why these women are not really encouraged to. There are social stigma, and women's mobility can be social and spatial also. Sometimes if it is within this district, so even educated girls, if they get employed, they get employment in other states. For example, a person in Kanyakumari getting in Delhi, no, not much, many parents will be willing to send because it's too far. Similarly, if they get employment in other countries also. So there are both social and spatial reasons for that. And physical mobility is always restricted unless and otherwise it is driven because of marriage. And so mobility is a resource, I should say. I always say that you have to learn to mobile from one place to other. Only then you will be able to understand. But in this context of migration, it is highly value laden, and it has a lot of gender implications. Men migration is actually encouraged because they are going abroad, and many particularly Islamic women find their husbands in abroad. Immediately after marriage they will go, and this women will be staying back here and managing, and after 3 years or so they'll come. So this is what, and it is true also for defense personnel. Many defense and army people, they don't take the family to them, and they will come only after a gap of 1 year or so. And of course, gender, always we say that it has its own intersections, and depends whether you belong to a higher income group or a lower income group, and also the upper caste or the lower caste. So the kind of prospects for the women in the lower caste is totally different from the higher caste. And marital status, the caste, the class, etc., also play an important role in determining the pattern of migration. I'll also be showing some of the graphs drawn from the CWD survey, and also Indrani and Neeta did a study recently, and how the pattern of migration is really different in gender, and also how it suffered when you are there in the family, also how much it has got affected the kind of the gender concerns. Even in the COVID context, when you are um, put up in a camp, it is meant for general population. There are specific needs for women, and even if the toilet is provided, whether it has privacy, whether you can go and change your napkins, etc. So women specific needs are not much integrated into the facilities. Thanks to the people who really mobilize the support for whether it is tsunami or cyclone, the sanitary napkins were figuring in. So that kind of sensitivity could be realized recent times. But still, in the COVID context, it is all least priority. You are given a shelter, that's all. Whether you have a specific needs or not, that's a different issue. We don't. So the plight of migrant workers, particularly women, were also determined or affected by such kind of perceptions or non or disregard of those sensitive needs. And next slide, gender and migration patterns. So as far as the, I'll also show this with the support of the graph later. So in the census and NSS data revealed that women migration is predominantly for marriage, which I have already told. And the deeper analysis of the main reason for women is marriage. Women may join the labor force in the destination and take up employment. That is what it is expected. Like if you are if you are educated, quite likely that you go back to you join your spouse there, and a later point of time you may get into work sometimes if it is if you are really interested. And it is also true that more affluent migrants engage more in longer term, long distance migration than the women and poor migrants. So you can see in the grassroots, I was talking about textile sector or agriculture, women who are not able to get work, they migrate to cities either due for the seasonal migration or whatever. That is temporary seasonal migration. In fact, we observed in our own study that these construction women, they come to work for 3 months. Once there are opportunity there in rural areas and harvesting season, they will go back and then come. So short-term seasonal migration is could be found with women and poor. Whereas long-term, you also go and settle. You are educated, you are affluent, and therefore you go and be there. I was talking about the Saudi Arabian and other Gulf countries migration, where men go there 3 years together, stay or 5 years together, and come back. And sometimes they come back forever and start something here new. And so some kind of a difference also between the class and caste, which could be found in this migration pattern. And so the issue is that during the COVID context, it is the women and the poor migrants who are used to be short-term and seasonal migration suffered than the people who are affluent, and they went there to other countries or other parts of the state on a long term and long distance, and they would have been offered to work from home. So no loss, much of a loss, or sometimes they stay back there in the same country. And SCSTs, when you come to the SCSTs, of course, it is highly disproportionate in the seasonal migration. I was talking about like people who are not able to get employment there in the villages will come to the neighborhood cities and stay there for about 3 months. And once the agriculture offers some work, they will go back again. So this is what. And these SCST women particularly, or in family, they found in brick kilns, sugarcane cutting, construction, etc. This was also studied, a CWD study which was conducted in 20 states in India, revealed all these major findings. And next slide. Also, there is a structure. Gender also structures labor migration. So you can see that 1/4 of the women workers migrated alone. I'll also show this graphs, then only you will be able to. Okay, it is long behind, so let me finish this and go. So there are a number of reasons and a number of, I mean, different pattern also. So you could see very much gender impact on the pattern. Like most of the men migrate alone. They don't have any, not all the family members. But the reverse is for women. Only a few percentage of the women go alone to other countries or other workplace. They'll either go along with the family, I told already, for marriage reasons, or they go to work also with group or associations, or I told already family would be there. And third, of course, is very, very minimum, that is alone. So this is the kind of a pattern which was revealed there in one of the studies conducted by Center for Women Development Studies in 20 states. And a higher proportion of female migrants are in the younger age group. So of course, you all know that it is for education, 15 to 25 age bracket, you find more or higher percentage, mostly around 35 or so. And the poorest migrants move as families. So I already told that they have lost hope there in their own place, whether it is rural or urban, and they migrate to other places, whether it is the cosmocities or metropolitan cities, for some hope of getting some better employment and better payment. And therefore, that is happening only with the lower income. So clear-cut class divide in terms of the migration. Next slide. This is about the determinants of international migration. Of course, I already told that. Next slide. That the economic, non-economic factors and demographic factors. And the economic factors will be like more, I already told the push and pull factors and the supply and demand side factors. So same thing here also. If I feel that if I hire out my labor there in other country and fetch 4 times more than what I will be getting in my own country, I will definitely be moving, provided there are scope and suitable work. and that is what people are migrating. That is economic. Non-economic factors, of course, for distance, religion, etc. There may be other social reasons also, family, and the need for improving the economic needs of the family, the dependence in the family. Sometimes the father would be no more, and there will be dependence, the sisters and brothers to be educated, employed, sorry, married, etc. And therefore, the elder son or elder daughter will be mobile. So that they are non-economic factors, though the very much underlying factor is economic factor. Then demographic factors also, like the age and the fertility rate. If you have completed your fertility, like you have got children already, they are grown up, and it's quite likely that you can mobile to other. Next, so I'll be showing some of the pictures which very much explain the conditions of work. For example, this is the work site, construction work site, where the mother is working there and the child is being left there in the hot sun, though she is into deep sleep. But what is the kind of protection for this young kid? It may be exposed to all kind of dust and other things, and he get into problems of wheezing, etc., and other health issues. And that is why even if it is non-formal and informal and an organized sector, and even if it is temporary, you have to provide a proper work condition, and this would require a crash for this work site, even if it is highly informal sector work. And next picture shows all the vulnerabilities. Next, vulnerabilities that the migrant workers faced. You see both men and women. Next please. Moving from one place to other, and some of them are in queue, clueless, I should say, who will come and pick up, who will be offering support, etc. See this woman, the second picture left, carrying a bag on her head and also carrying the child. So how much you have to have, how with these heavy weights, how long you will be able to walk. Similarly, you can see the other pictures. And next, you can see different places, different countries where women and men walking on foot, and with the hope that if we go back home, at least something will be there, at least a place to stay will be there. So that is the next perspective on which they just move, and all these are explained there in the very visuals. And see what is the kind of I just finished saying that the poor income groups, the grassroots, village, rural based workers are all poor, and they migrate for the vulnerability to meet their livelihood. Unlike the other affluent class who really got educated and they move to other places for prospective employment. And another study found the kind of conditions of work, survey on interstate migrants employed in the manufacturing sector, which explains it is slightly like shaken, but I'll just give the reasons. See, 98.5% were not covered by labor laws. So whoever are engaging as migrant workers employed in manufacturing sector, almost I should say 100%, they are not covered by law, labor law, and work for more than 25 days in a month. So sometimes Sunday is also be included. And 89% received rupees 12,000 as monthly wages, which is of course what kind of work you do, etc. And hardly suffice, because you are migrant worker, you have to pay rent, you have to feed the children and the other members of the family, and this is hardly no other social security, and no health insurance. Around 81% express that there is no health insurance, and if that particular manufacturing sector, if it is other than, like, even if it is mining and other sectors, you have to have insurance, because anytime anything will happen. And you have been reading stories how many manufacturing sites got into slides, and also people drowned into and lost their lives. And around 60% of them worked for more than 8 hours. So see, more than half of the workers in the manufacturing sector, which is supposed to be and men, work for more than 8 hours. So these are all migrant women, migrant workers, and 57% do not receive any healthcare facilities, and 41% had no day off in a month. So that means 30 days, and 27% faced verbal abuse. Another 8% faced psychological abuse, and 7% physical abuse. So this is also another. Next slide. So this migrant. Interstate migrants issues are really pathetic, and they can't go back. When they go back to their own states also, they don't find work, and therefore they have to cope up with whatever the working condition, the abuse, whether it is physical abuse, mental abuse, psychological abuse, we have to bear with it. And in this slide, the socio-cultural economic factors of migrant laborers have been displayed. So you, all these are all, actually, this is the actual fact which I am supposed to say. So there are basic causes, underlying causes, immediate causes, and outcomes. So the socio-cultural economic factors include can be divided into three categories. So the migrant women particularly, they need infant feeding practices, dietary diversity, because I migrate from one place to other, the diet or the pattern of food which I get in other place would be totally different. For instance, I was talking about textile sector, and there are around more than 3/4 of the workers are drawn from other states, because of the reason that I was about to say, but I forgot. Like there was a protest by various NGOs working here, that the girls employed there in the textile sector are put into several harassment and even sexual abuse. And therefore, the government labor commission office intervened in that, and a lot of textile sectors started stopping the local absorbing the local laborers, particularly the adults and girls. And therefore, they started bringing laborers from other. They just went to different states, recruited and brought them back. And of course, states like Orissa, UP, West Bengal, Northeast, etc., still suffer with lack of employment, and therefore they come. So now that is why there are more than 3/4 of the migrant workers in these sectors. And here they are all drawn from the north, extreme north, and their food pattern would definitely be different. Here it is highly rice based, whereas there it is all wheat based, to a certain extent rice based. So then they would have got used to that, and therefore if they are given accommodation in the hostel, if they are staying in a separate house, they will cook on their own, doesn't matter. But if they are in the hostel, the food pattern or dietary pattern would definitely be different. And if it is the woman and they are the growing up girls, they will definitely suffer because of lack of nutrition. And you also have maternal factors, perception of malnutrition, morbidity. All these are all again in the migrant context. Whether the pregnant women who delivered, who is staying there in the tent kind, like you take for example the road laying. A lot of road laying is taking place, widening of the road, 4 roads, 8 roads, whatever. And most of the workers are being drawn from other states, and they don't really hire a house and stay. They just put up a tent and they live there, or in a very temporary kind of a shelter. And therefore, if they are pregnant and if they are lactating mothers, how much they'll be able to concentrate, and they have to work also and come back. And what kind of an arrangement that the state has been providing, or the kind of the contractors who have taken up that construction, whether it is a road or overbridge or whatever. Then about the basic facilities, unhygienic conditions, access to healthcare. See, they are staying there. It would be like if it is a overbridge construction in a remote area, like in the sense mid of the city, you may not be accessing to the city facilities in the city. You are away from the city, and now this expansion of road, 4 lanes, 8 lanes at all, even for that also. So there will be some basic needs, but whether it is hygienic, whether there is actually connected to drainage, And if any emergency, for instance, we are talking about maternal mothers or the pregnant mothers or feeding, lactating mothers, if there is anything happen for the child or the mother, is it possible to immediately attend access the healthcare? So all these are all major socio cultural factors which really impact the migrant women. And whenever a policy is being framed, you have to necessarily be focusing attention on that. So that should be on the dietary intake, that should be on the quality of care, and that should be also on the infection, which ultimately to contribute to nutrition. So these are all the various factors which we need to consider while talking about the next migration. So here, again, I told already in the beginning that the majority of the women migrant workers were domestic workers. See, the migrant workers totally constitute around 48.3% as per the 2009 19, and in which 73% are domestic workers. So that is the kind of contribution. So that is why any women. So this is one of the sectors where the feminization of labor. We're talking about feminization of labor in the globalization context, but it is not happening in India. It is happening in other country where in the manufacturing sector or in the service sector, but not in India. India is only experiencing feminization of labor in the domestic help sector and workers, etc. Now sanitary workers also. And of course, thanks to COVID, all these women frontline workers are all more than 70-75% are frontline women frontline workers, and they are risking their lives and contributing to the public. And you have the next. It is about the seasonal migrants. So next, it is very obvious in this next pie diagram. Can you go to the next? 35% of them are in construction sector, and 14% in agricultural labor, and the other 35%. So again, I underline that 35 means 1/3 or more than 1/3 are in this other labor sector. And one of the most vulnerable, which I have already told, the domestic workers, vulnerable migrant workers groups are domestic workers who are overwhelmingly women. That is why I said feminization of labor. And next, now you have, this is drawn from the SCWDS survey recently done in 2019. They have brought the occupation pattern of female migrant workers before and after migration. So you could see, I'll also show you the next, the unemployment status was about 18%. And you have all others, you can just read, cooking, paid domestic work, cultivating peasants, agriculture work, etc., etc. And after migration, you can see there is the first one, unemployed is totally off because we are now employed. But what type of work? That is the work. So paid domestic works, leave out means they will be going as non-residential work. Because when you migrate from one place to other, sometimes if you are a single woman, you will be a residential worker also. You are a full-time, you will be living in. But that constitutes only 6.9%, 19%. Whereas the paid domestic workers living out is around 21%. So here again, you can see of the total categories, you see domestic work is that major. And you have other, construction is only 5.5%, and you are, I mean, construction independent or petty contractor is roughly around 10%. Then textile is also there. The least has been teaching in private schools. Yeah. So before and after, you can see the difference, the composition. You can just compare and see later also which sector it has gone up and which sector has gone down. Then if you also see the pattern, you have both male and female migrants. I told already that it is marriage which is the major reason for women, whereas work for men. So you can see here the female marriage migrants, female migrants who left for other countries or other places is around 43%. So roughly around close to half of the women migrants are leaving for marriage reasons. and whereas it is only 0.55 for men. Okay, and other pattern include female associational migrants, male. It is almost even here it is men always go in group. That is what it is conveying. Then you also have percentage for the urban. Here in next slide, the urban, you also have the lines which includes the blue is for 93 and the saffron or orange is for 99, 2000, and the blue one is for 2000, gray one is for the 7 and 8. So here again you can see total female migrants in 2000, that is the latest, is 45% for marriage in urban areas. So other breakups are also given. I'm not going to the detail. So now next slide, coming back to the reasons. So why the women migrate to other places? A little over as far as this whatever slides I have brought out the data, it informs that most of the women migrate for reasons of poverty, debt, decline in income, lack of local employment, or loss of such employment. So major livelihood challenges, poverty, and of course debt. You have borrowed, your husband would have either is no more or he borrowed and not able to, and the land which you have are all dry land, and without the rain it is not going to actually uh, mm, being used for cultivation, all things. Then another major aspect is women migrated more with family members, while men migrated more alone. This we have already seen in the graphs. And while 25% of the rural and 6% of the urban women migrants were dependent, mobilized with contractors. The same thing I am repeating. Next, manner of migration. So gone with only family members, you see 43%. Gone with mixed male and female group, around 20%, 24%. Gone alone is only 22%. So mostly again it is reiterating that women in the given gender context are not encouraged to go alone. Either they go along with the family or they will be going in group. And mode of last migration by women, my urban rural context is also given. So independent is in urban it is more. 80% they go on their own, whereas in rural it is independent. Sorry, independent is only 63%. So there are other reasons given, but the least is mobilized by local contractors and employers. So this system is also prevailing. Particularly, I was talking about textile sector, where agents will be sent to rural areas where there is complete poverty, and you just Taruna, உன்னோட கொஞ்சம் okay, there was some disturbance. Can you hear me? Okay, so so these are all the different patterns I want to just explain the migration pattern, and this is equally posing issues during this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. Particularly, I can say the agricultural laborer, paid domestic worker, construction, and brick making are the major areas in which the women are found, particularly migrant women. So the migrant women working in these areas had to leave for their own states, and they are yet to come back. I don't know what the amount of initiatives that the state has been making them to accommodate to continue their drive at least without the economic hardships. We'll have to see, and it depends state to state. Can you move to the next then we have also have the principal drivers of work based on migration of women involve hard and tedious manual labor and essentially casual nature. So I was talking about all the four categories: agricultural labor, paid domestic work, next construction work and brick making. All these four categories are all casual work. They are highly informal, and sometimes it will be the entire family. It is witnessed in the brick lane, the children, the male member and the female, whether it is the grown-up girls, the mother, the grown-up boys and the father, and also sometimes the children. And it is witnessed there in the brick lane and in agriculture and also. And of course, I was telling about textile sector where there is a separate establishment where these children below 15 also will be employed, though it is prohibited legally. And the conditions of local agriculture push the pushes the section of agriculture workforce to migrate to non-agriculture. So what is to be done here? Most of this has been there for the past 70 years or not. The people do not find prospective employment there in agriculture, and therefore they move to other areas. So what is to be done? Why or where we have failed in promoting local non-farm employment or even improving the agriculture? It is not that there is no land. Land is there, but why these vulnerable communities, particularly the SC/STs, the landless agriculture laborers, the peasants, the cultivators, who are not able to sustain their lives in the villages due to failure of monsoon and even the soil erosion. You have been um, cultivating for a long, and in the recent neoliberal economic policies, there is a cut for fertilizer subsidy, and all the other support system in the social sector has also been withdrawn. And therefore, who is the first one to get affected is these marginal farmers or cultivators, agriculture laborers. And if food grain is not going to be prospective, then you go for agriculture, cash crops, tree crops, etc., which also further push this section of the population or drive this population out of work. So what is the arrangement to cope up with? Is it always that the population who are affected need to identify a work there outside wherever it is possible, or is it not the responsibility of the state, the civil society, and the whoever the local body elected, the panchayat raj, etc. So this is the question. There has to be a kind of mapping done, resource mapping to be done, and you have to also take stock of the unemployment being prevailing. And in several contexts, I was talking about the textile sector, women workers, the development sectors and NGOs which are working in that respective areas have redeemed these girls from these textile sector and brought them back, and some skill training is being offered. Okay, that skill training will be provided, but what is the next? That is the reason why they keep sending, the parents keep sending the girls, because this is a kind of a time where they are neither in school nor in higher education, but staying back at home also is not safe. So the parents will go to work and the girls will stay back, and some disturbance would definitely be there with the guys within the villages, and therefore they don't want to keep the girls in. Either they get into early marriage, and that is one of the phenomenon that had taken place in the COVID context, where most of the early marriages, because nobody there will come and check and also not my crowd, it should be crowded, and therefore it is very, very secretly several early marriages have been done. That is what it was reported. So all these factors put together drive these vulnerable group to other areas, which should be, I underline that if it is a prospective migration, no issues. But if it is a distress migration, it is really to be attended by the state by providing alternative employment. And this has been successful in certain states, and the land reforms has been always one of the strategies adopted, I mean recommended, but except Kerala and West Bengal, the land reforms policy was also not really successful. And there are politics and lack of political will also. And whenever there is a need for vote bank, you will definitely go and pump in some kind of benefits which may not sustain for a long, only for that particular period it will be, and people will also vote you and elect you. and adolescent girls, I already told how much they suffer. And the major socio factor of migrant laborers is health, which I have already told. And this also is next slide is connected with the sustainable development goals. Next, which next one sustainable development goals. Next, there are around seven, eight sustainable goals which are connected with migration. So if the migrants are not properly provided shelter and work and sufficient adequate earning to meet the livelihood, this first SDG, no poverty, cannot be achieved. Similarly, good health and well-being. I was talking just earlier how they are governed by various socioeconomic cultural factors, and health is an important variable. It's not just you go there. In fact, I should share here our own study finding. These construction workers who are traveling, commuting every day for about 100 and odd kilometers, they just use the toilet in the morning and don't go to toilets at all here in the workplace because it is not provided. Unless and otherwise, it is very difficult for them to manage. They just go to a public toilet in the neighborhood. It would be around half a kilometer to walk. During lunch break, they will go. But the point I want to say is that when we asked you whether you need the women specific needs, toilets attached with the incinerator, the vending machine, etc., they were clueless. Actually, their priority is they have to earn for that day requirement. Only when that money comes to reach their hand, they can go back and cook for the family. So that is the priority. And they simply said, no, we have to come, because I told no that having come to assembling point, you may be even declined to. And therefore, they are very particular that they have to go get work for that particular day. They don't mind at all whether the particular site has the toilets, whether the work site provides proper facilities. No, it is all our lookout. That is what they internalize to the value that women are facing this menstruation, and it is their lookout to take care of. So that is a kind of, so that's a third. If proper hygiene facilities and good healthcare, access to healthcare is not provided for the migrant workers, then you cannot achieve this SDG. Third, then gender equality, and that the fifth goal, which we have been emphasizing in the women's studies. So unless otherwise all the equal opportunities are provided to both men and women, and equal access to facilities are provided, then fifth goal cannot be achieved. Similarly, you have eighth goal, that is decent work, which I was talking about, whether it is the textile or construction. Even just now I mentioned how the women are suffering without proper toilet. Even in the textile sector, we have witnessed in person that for about 100 workers working in a particular factory, there were only one toilet that is used both boy and girl, or men and women workers. And when we asked why, they said, no, if it is provided, they just keep going every time to toilet. This is a perspective. So the toilet which was provided, only one toilet for 100 workers, was totally maintained. And therefore, these women and men workers may refrain from going to use the toilet and get into all sorts of health. And if that is the question, condition, where is the question of decent work? And you also have other SDGs, reduced inequalities, which is also connected, then sustainable cities, peace and justice, partnerships, etc. So all these 8 goals cannot be achieved unless and otherwise migrant workers are being provided with proper facilities. Next. Yeah, this is again, migration cuts across the social determinants of health. So health is the major aspect, and it has implications on age, sex, hereditary factors, and many migrant workers may be in hazardous jobs and try to, they may get into various kinds of infections, and exposure to infections have their own implications on age, sex, hereditary factors. If you are already vulnerable in terms of asthma and wheezing, you will further be, if you are, say, for example, working in a chemical factory or a crushing industry, which is likely to provide bring ash and other things. Like other factors, individual life factors, then also social and community influences, like separation from family, because you being migrant laborer, you would have completely been brought out of your village where you have your own people. That will have your own psychological implications. Then social exclusion, then discrimination, stigma, etc. Then living and working conditions will also be, I just mentioned, like it has to have proper water, sanitation, and safe, clean housing, etc. So that is again a question. Sometimes even you just spend your day, spend your uh, work as well as the stay place on the platforms. Then general socio-economic, cultural, and environmental conditions also, which in the beginning itself I told. So there are hell a lot of issues with social and economic and environmental factors which are to be addressed. Otherwise, it will have its own implications on gender. And next slide. You also have a guideline, which is very, very important. So it is not that you don't have a guideline for migrant workers. So there are around 14 provisions. So you are supposed to be tracking the information, collect and share the information on migrants, empower migrants to help themselves, incorporate migrants in preparedness and emergency response system. I think this guidelines per se also go as recommendations or suggestions. So only when these are attended, then migrant workers will be peaceful. And particularly in the COVID context, these are all very, very important. And involve migrants in contingency planning. In fact, in Kerala, it was done. These migrant workers, irrespective of whether they are their own state workers or other state, they haven't discriminated. They have provided all the facility, the foods distribution to all the workers. That had happened here also, and some of the states were highly empathetic and provided them opportunities to stay. But the issue is that some of them wanted to leave for their own home state, but because of the kind of restrictions there in their respective home state, these people were not there. It had come to my knowledge that people from West Bengal, people from Orissa, people from Northeast, Tripura, etc., they were held up here in Chennai, and we were told that they are in need of support. We also approached, but ultimately, when in the home state was not receiving them, I'm talking in the peak season in which they were all quarantined here. So they really faced problems, and particularly I was talking about women, pregnant women, lactating women, menstruating women. The kind of issues they face would totally be different from others. And establish migrant sensitive communication mechanism. So first, particularly language. When the Tripura people contacted me, they were all talking in Bengal, so I didn't understand. So I approached my Bengal friend to translate, and then forwarded that to the DSP, DSP here, and he was so kind enough to address this and make them reach whenever the train was arranged to their places. Similarly, I was the student in charge here in the COVID context, and there are around 100 students from other states got held up, including Kerala, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, and several other states, Assam also, Delhi. So we were in contact with the SP office and provided. So this communication, migrant sensitive communication is very much required. You have to be talking in their language and establish coordination agreement, collaborative. If you are in one state, you have to coordinate with other. It is not that your duty is over just by sending them off in the train. You have to also establish they will be received, because the destination will also be different. They many a time they said it will be only stopping in the destination, where the local government has to provide transport to pick them up from that particular station to distribute to their respective places. So that is, so this is what the guidelines again provide timely and accurate information, facilitate migrant movement to safety, provide assistance without discrimination, establish clear referral procedures, Many a time, even I think it happened between the borders, whether it is Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, or Kerala, Tamil Nadu, they got into, see, this different states have different policies. See, if you go to Kerala, you have to quarantine, even now, I believe, for 14 days. And so other states, moving from one state to another state was completely restricted, and these migrant workers who came on foot really suffered. And we could see on the check post, there are some places they were given to stay, and whether their needs were taken care of. And many of them were with the children, the entire family members. Then evacuate and relocate migrants when needed. Sometimes this particular place in which it may not be suiting, or you keep shifting also workplace from one place to other, and therefore suitable accommodation is required. Then support migrants recovery. If there is any problem that they met with and they have to be recovered, support the recovery cost of host communities. And so particular state, for example, Tamil Nadu is doing, they have to bear that. And you could witness that several state government, they had sent a message to the other state government bodies, be it the chief minister or others, to provide them proper shelter, proper food, and also an environment where the infection would be an issue. So these are all the kind of I also go with this, whatever has been given here should be going as what I should say, the recommendations or suggestions to help the migrant workers to be in safe and enjoy without any discrimination. They shouldn't feel that they are not in their home. They have to feel at home. That is the kind of provision that they have to provide. And so with this, I'll stop. There are other couple of slides which I don't go because already it is time, and people will definitely be in a hurry to go and hungry also. So now I have 2 more slides which you can just see. With this, I'll stop, and now waiting for some questions. Either you raise your hands and ask, or you can give there in the chat box also. Thank you very much once again for the organizers for this opportunity. The PPT will be sent. Somebody is asking, so please share the PPT.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, now it is open for discussion. If any questions, please ask. I know you will be hungry, but if 1 or 2 questions, I'll be definitely happy to.
Chart ఎక్కడ
If there are no questions, we can close. Because it is already time, no? People must be tired.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It's our privilege to have you with us today and taking time off your busy schedule to join with us today, ma'am. And we are also thankful to you, ma'am, for giving your valuable insights on socio-economic aspects of migrant women workers. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's time for lunch break. I request all the participants to join the webinar for the next 2 more technical sessions at 2 p.m. Let's have a lunch break for 1 hour. We will join at 2 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. ఏం చేస్తావు చేయ బాబు మేము ఫోన్ చేసి మళ్ళీ 2 o'clock వచ్చేస్తాం 2 కల్లా వచ్చేస్తాం
పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అయిపోతారు మళ్ళీ రీజాయిన్ చేయండి
పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ మళ్ళీ ఆటోమేటిక్ జాయిన్ అవుతారు కదా.
మళ్ళీ ఆన్ చేద్దామా లేదంటే అలాగే ఉంచేద్దామా?
మనం ఉంచేద్దాం, ఉన్నోళ్ళంతా రికార్డింగ్ ఆపేసి
రికార్డ్ పాజ్ కట్టినా.
Video. Welcome back to all the participants for the technical session 4 by Professor Ajaylu Numai, Head Center for the Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy. Before going to start the session, now I would like to introduce Dr. Ajaylu Numai, Professor, Center for the Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy and Joint Faculty, Center for Women's Studies, University of Hyderabad, Telangana. She is from the Lingamaya Naga tribe located in Manipur, Northeast India. The oldest of 8 siblings, Dr. Numai is the first woman in her tribe to receive her PhD in sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. While in Delhi, she worked for both TV Today Network and Partnership in Mission. In October 2000, she joined as assistant professor in the Department of Sociology, Hyderabad Central University. Her research interest includes gender, NGOs and development, Indian diaspora, philanthropy, and trafficking of women. In 2009, she joined as joint faculty in the Center for Women's Studies and promoted as associate professor in the Center for the Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy, Hyderabad Central University, where she now conducts interdisciplinary research on the philanthropy practices of the Indian diaspora and women trafficking patterns in Northeast India. Her current project is trafficking of girls and women in Northeast India, funded by ICSSR, New Delhi. Her 2016-17 project was on feminine hygiene, an empirical study in Hyderabad. From 2013-14, her research was focused on promoting public health through philanthropy, a study of Indian diaspora in United States. Now, I invite Dr. Ajaylu Numani ma'am to take over the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri, for the short introduction, brief introduction. I also would like to thank the principal of K.B.N. College and also Professor K.B.N. and her entire team for coordinating and organizing this national webinar, which is a very important topic. I have been asked by Professor K.B.N. to speak on the impact of COVID-19 on migrant women. So therefore, I want to divide my, lecture into a brief 3 major significant impact of COVID-19 on women migrant workers. But before that, I'd like to give an overall introduction of women and also highlight on the migrant workers during this COVID-19. Then I will talk about the theoretical framework of how we need to look at this marginalized women, the migrant workers. I will also, towards the end, give a specific solutions to the problem to be recommended to the state government and policy makers. And finally, I will draw my brief conclusion. So this is the highlight of my presentation today. And I appreciate people who have come to listen to this lecture from different university and colleges. I see that Kalpana is here from Andhra, Nupur Patnaik from Orissa, and many other faculty, including students. My students are here in the morning. And now also I think some of my students from the University of Hyderabad will join. So is the students from K.B.N. college and other colleges. I really appreciate all of you for joining me this afternoon. I will take around 40 minutes to 45 minutes to speak, and then another 10-15 minutes will be Q&A. Okay, so if you have, as I speak, as I argue on certain points, you are most welcome to give your questions, to write your questions in the chat box, so that I will pick it up from the chat box. If not, we can do it online face-to-face again a little later after my lecture is over. Now, at the onset, let me begin by saying that this year, the year 2020, marks the silver jubilee of the Beijing Platform for Action, and was intended to be revolutionary for gender equality in the beginning of the year, if I remember, in January, February. It's exactly 25 years now after the Beijing conference. You know, Silver Jubilee and Diamond Jubilee are very significant for any organization, for any event to mark, because these are landmark years where we evaluate how far have we achieved, how far have we come through the years to see that our goals are made, or have we gone astray. You know, this is a kind of evaluation, this is a kind of reflection for the Beijing Platform for Action group. Now, the Beijing Platform in China called for action on a wide range of issues, political decision making. My internet is unstable. Okay, so year 2020 marks the silver jubilee action and was intended to be revolutionary for gender equality. The Beijing Platform, for those of you who are in gender studies and who have been working on the area of feminist studies, will know much better than me. But let me highlight that the Beijing Platform called for action on a wide range of issues, including inequalities for women in the sharing of political and economic power and decision-making, unequal access for women to education and health services, and also the heavy burden of poverty on women, lack of protection of women's human rights, including violence against women and girls, and of course, the impact of armed conflict on women, because armed conflict is very much here in our country. Earlier, it was rampant in Punjab, then in South India, especially in Tamil Nadu, because a lot of Tamilians face armed conflict with regard to Jaffna region in Sri Lanka, the Tamil Sinhalese, and of course Jammu Kashmir, and also the region where I come from, that is Northeast India. Another thing is that the various governments who participated in the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing in the month of September 1995, seek to advance the goals of equality, development, and peace for all women. However, the point I'm making here is that due to COVID-19 pandemic, even the partial work so far made in the past 25 years are at high risk of being rolled back to 1995, or those 90s, the period of 1990s. This pandemic is deepening exclusion, marginalization, and inequalities, exposing vulnerabilities in socio-economic and also political systems, especially the migrant women, who are in turn amplifying the impact of the pandemic, as our previous speakers have mentioned, Professor Molly, Professor Rekha, and then our respected lady professor who just spoke before me. All three of them have highlighted, and I don't have to repeat again whatever that I have, whatever that they have mentioned earlier. Now, across every sphere, from health to economy, security to social protection, the impact of COVID has worsened for the girls and women simply by virtue of their gender, as the compounded economic impact are felt, especially by this group of people, that is the girls and women. And most of them works in unorganized sectors. And then, they earn less. The migrant women workers, they earn less and does not have savings, does not have bank accounts. Many of them does not have bank accounts. And most of them live in poverty. You see, when I ask around in the construction sites, stone crushing community in the outskirts of Hyderabad and Secunderabad during my research projects, the daily wage migrant workers for women is around rupees 250 to 300. For men, it is around 500 to 600. So there's a huge difference between men and women in terms of daily wage payment. So women earn much less compared to men, the migrant women. They don't have savings. Most of them don't have bank accounts. But for bank account, they need Aadhaar card, they need residential proof, they need so many additional documents which these migrant women cannot produce. So therefore, they are deprived of having a bank account. Now, when it comes to, I feel that some of the previous speakers have not mentioned on the mortality rate of migrant women during this COVID-19. So I feel the need to highlight a little bit about the mortality rate of the migrant girls and women. Now, the statistics on death rate in India is not as bad as US and other countries. The death rate as per the government statistics is pretty okay. Although we have, huge number of people who died of COVID, but statistically, because we are 1.3 plus billion people. So when we talk of 1.3 plus billion people, the statistics of mortality rate of women in particular is not as bad as many other countries. Now, the statistics on death rate reveals that on average, women comprise a smaller share of death from COVID-19. But I'm making a point here that women face a higher risk of exposure to the COVID-19 virus due to the fact they constitute the majority of housemates, cook, daily wage laborers in construction sites, stone crushing units, caregivers, old age homes, or even in middle class, upper middle class homes. When elderly people are there, they usually hire women as caregivers. So caregivers, healthcare workers in hospitals as nurses, particularly, and of course doctors as well, sales girls in the malls and other shops, office assistants. Majority of office assistants are women, girls and women, and many more. There are people who says that women are less exposed to COVID virus because they usually do a lot of burden, washing of utensils, washing of clothes, doing a lot of domestic work, and they wash their hands very often. That is one argument. But the statistics done by research group found that women are at high risk to COVID virus. Indian women who contract COVID-19 are at a higher risk of dying as compared to men. Now, this is my bullet point. please note that Indian women are at high risk of dying as compared to men. You may ask me the question, why? Why is it that Indian women are at high risk? Indian women who contract COVID-19 are at high risk of dying as compared to men. I'll come to the point a little later. S.V. Subramaniam, a professor from the Department of Social and Behavioral Sciences at the Harvard H.T. Chan School of Public Health in the US, conducted a study in the month of May, in summer this year, and he found that 3.3% of COVID-infected women died of the disease compared to 2.9% of men. So you see in Professor S.V. Subramaniam's study from Harvard in India, found that 3.3% of COVID-infected women died as compared to 2.9% of COVID-infected men. And another interesting study is that UN women found that 1 in every 3, that means 34.3% patients infected with COVID-19 is a female in India. Let me repeat, 34.3% patients infected with COVID-19 is a female in India. Now, you know, I mean, so less women are infected in India. There is no doubt about it that less women are not infected with COVID virus, but once women get the infection, the death rate is much higher among the women. As I said, Professor S.V. Subramaniam found 3.3% of infected women died of COVID, whereas 2.9% of COVID-infected men died of COVID. So you see a huge difference. So the question, as I said, is why is it so? In India, since a greater number of men are getting infected with COVID-19, actually we also expected that a greater number of men will die of COVID. But a higher percentage of women than men in India are dying. Why? Let me come to the answer. The answer is because most of our Indian women are malnourished and anemic, while a higher percentage of men have pre-existing health conditions like diabetes, hypertension, or heart disease. But women are anemic and women are malnourished. So that is the point why Indian women are at high risk of dying if they are infected with COVID-19. Now, why Indian women are malnourished and anemic? We know our tradition, our culture, that when, you know, we narrowed down to family studies, research on families and culture. As you know, a lot of sociologies and a lot of anthropologies have shown earlier, we have this rich cultural heritage where women would give all the protein food like anda, meat, or even paneer, chicken, mutton, or egg for those vegetarians. Even the rich protein food, they first feed their husbands and their sons. Even if a woman is pregnant, she will not, she wants, this is, if she sacrificed those yummy, delicious, nutritious food, she is considered, and do her work, she is considered as a good wife, a good mother. And this tradition has passed down from our grandparents, great-grandmothers, mothers, and then aunts to, you know, the next generation. This is a characteristic of a good wife, a good mother. If you eat up everything and not leave for your son and husband, that is not a good characteristic. So such, you know, traditional practices have made our Indian women malnourished and anemic to a certain extent. This is not a complete reason, but this is one of the core reasons. There are multiple other reasons why they are anemic also. I mean, poverty is one. They couldn't have access to 2 square meals a day, or even three meals a day. And not having access to clean water, not having access to medical food supplements which they need to take, because every menstruation, Professor Molly talked about menstruation. Every month when a woman menstruates, I mean, how much of blood goes out of her body, and she needs nutrition and supplement to make it up for her anemic level. You know, for women, it is around 12 point anemic level, which is considered as normal. But a huge number of women in India are below 10. So we are under the normal range. So therefore, the nutrition, now the point I'm making here is that nutrition is related to COVID-19 fatality. So when women are not eating nutritious food and they are malnourished, they are anemic, obviously, you know, the death rate for women will be high. And so if we contemplate on the migrant women, I mean, the migrant women are in a much worse condition than the middle class and upper middle class women. So this is a brief introduction of the condition of women during COVID-19. Now coming to the theoretical framework, I feel that when we look at the impact of COVID-19 on migrant women, we need to look at from a feminist theory, and particularly the intersectionality feminist theory propounded by Kimberly Crenshaw, because that feminist theory provides a kind of framework to examine the intersection of caste, class, tribe, gender, and the like. You know, most of the migrant workers come from, say, if we look at the metro cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, or Vijayawada, particularly Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Chennai, just for example, in South India. Migrant workers come from our own South Indian states, but also from Chhattisgarh, tribal women from Chhattisgarh, from Orissa, from Jharkhand. You know, a whole lot of them migrates to these metropolitan cities for jobs. And therefore, we need to examine the intersection of caste, marginalized tribe, their level of income, religion, and the like. The women migrant workers needs to be examined from a perspective of intersection between various forms of exploitation, loss of jobs, payments, and also exclusion. You know, for example, let me be very specific. Girls and women from certain states, like as I mentioned, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, or even Northeast, Telangana, and Andhra periphery, face discrimination and exclusion mainly due to Varna system and caste system in sociological perspective. Now, the experience of being a woman can also be understood from the intersection of being a woman of easy prey from the marginalized communities. When the identities, you know, the very identities of these girls and women intersect, the experience of oppression interact to give a multifaceted perspective. Now, this is a brief theoretical framework, especially for those researchers and students who want to work on impact of COVID on migrant women. Now, let me come to the point, the core point of my lecture. There are three critical impacts of COVID-19 on migrant women, in my opinion. I know that there are scholars who have given 10 multiple impacts or many other multiple impacts, but I want to look at the most critical three impacts of COVID-19 on the migrant women. The first is the economic impact. The second, I feel, is the travel restrictions, impact of travel restrictions. And the third is exposed to violence and crime. And I'm today going to elaborate a little more on the third impact, that is violence against women and crime, because that's my area of research for the past 12 years. Now, let me start with the first impact, that is the economic impact on migrant workers. Now, due to the precarious nature of labor jobs, many daily wage laborers, especially women, who are often migrant lost their livelihood due to the lockdown. As the market opens up, they find it challenging to find new jobs, you know. I'm going to narrate 2 case studies a little later. All right. But I found that most of them lost a job. I remember I live in a community where there are a lot of construction workers, particularly women construction workers from Orissa and Chhattisgarh. I remember when the lockdown, as soon as the lockdown started, I think within 10 days or so, many of them didn't turn up for work. But then obviously after 10 days, you know, a few of them turn up to sweep the road, to sweep the colony, and I interviewed them. Generally, just chat with them and make them do some work in my garden and pay them extra money because I also have compassion on them. They say that nobody is willing to hire them. This is in the first week of April. And they also said that they're going back. They're just looking out for more money, for hiring transportation. So they lose jobs. They have to go back to their hometowns and villages, right? Now the interstate migrant workers, like what those people who come to Telangana or Andhra Pradesh from Orissa or Chhattisgarh or from UP, the interstate migrant workforce represents the lowest paying and most insecure jobs in key sectors such as construction. You know, I'm talking of these ladies who work in my neighborhood construction sites, and of course hospitality, like hotels, restaurants, and dhabas, textiles, which my other colleagues have spoke about in the morning section, manufacturing unit, transportation services, and also domestic work. Now, as lockdown increased unemployment, many vulnerable workers have been pushed into more precarious situations and they lack protection, right? Now, COVID-19 in that sense has increased the burden of this unpaid care work on migrant women as a result of closure of the market, the business, restaurants, schools, kindergartens, creches, NGOs, factories, public services, so on and so forth. The list goes on. Now, even when workers began to return, their roles, you know, working on construction sites, factories, and the like, safety measures are not strictly implemented to mitigate the risk of COVID-19. As you and I have seen, when they came back from their villages and towns to the market, I observed, I mean, hundreds of them, you know, in my neighborhood, in Gachibowli, high-tech city area of Hyderabad, close to the University of Hyderabad. I mean, there's so many gated community construction sites, and hundreds of workers have now come back. But I observe in my everyday, going out to buy my grocery or something, I observe that they're not wearing PPE. Supervisors of the construction sites or the managers of the construction sites are not checking the temperatures of the workers. They're not maintaining social distancing in these working areas, and workers are not wearing masks and gloves, and I mean completely no PPE, even the basics. So now coming to women migrant workers, they are reported to be losing their jobs in larger numbers in some sectors because they tend to work in the informal economy in precarious conditions without formal employment contracts. They don't sign contracts, right? Even the housemates, for example, even the Jaru Pocha lady in the multinational company, those sweepers in the company, those people who are attenders in the company, those sweepers and bathroom cleaners, sanitary workers in private hospitals and private hotels, they don't sign contracts and they have limited coverage by labor laws. Employers readily end their employment in response to the economic decline caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, as the pandemic has managed to a point where the market is open and the women have returned to work, as I mentioned, they have been taking advantage. People have been taking advantage of these migrant women and forced, you know, they were kind of forced to accept work even if they are not paid regularly. And I have ample example of that. There are cases of non-payment of remuneration to the migrant workers during COVID-19, even here in my own city, in my own neighborhood. Many of them have been denied payment on time. A maid called Zahira, name change in High-Tech City, Hyderabad, said, my madam told me, I quote, my madam told me that she would give me monthly salary after 2 months. I could not find a new job in other apartments since many families are not keen to hire us to work inside their homes. I have 4 children and my husband is an auto rickshaw driver and he's not earning as much as earlier in pre-COVID-19 pandemic. We are economically suffering since we live on rent and we cannot make our ends meet, unquote. This is a statement made by one of the maid servant. Another maid servant who is in her 30s from Assam said, my husband and I work as cooks in 6 apartments in the middle class gated community since the past 2 years here in Hyderabad, Gachibowli, near the University of Hyderabad. However, 3 families do not want us to cook anymore due to COVID-19. We live in congested small apartment with our friends and people assume that we would infect them. We cannot go back to Assam since we won't find jobs. We used to work in agricultural farm before we came to Hyderabad, but the recent flood in Assam have destroyed our fields. We are blessed with a son who lived with my husband's parents in Tejpur, Assam, and he's studying in class 2 in a government primary school. My husband's family is also constructing a small house and we often send money to them for the house construction and my son's education. We plan to work in Hyderabad for 5 to 6 years, save money and go back home. Currently, we are having a challenging time and we cannot think of traveling back to Assam since we don't have life chances back home in our hometown. Now, when people are desperate, they are more willing to compromise their working expectations when it comes to pay, accommodation, and simply being able to eat. So in this way, there is a potential for exploitation to increase exponentially because you have so many people who are desperate for work. Like I give you an example of this woman called Sahira, maid servant in High-Tech City, Hyderabad, and this lady Rupa from Assam. Even if their madams refuse to pay them for 2 months, they are still working with their madams because they cannot find jobs. So when they are desperate, they are willing to compromise their working expectations. When it comes to their salary, their accommodation, and simply not being able to eat food. So there is a potential for exploitation to increase, in their everyday life because you have so many people who are desperate for work among the migrant workers. Rather than receive minimum wage, they will accept the bare necessities, just food, accommodation, just to survive. They cannot think of going home. Like this lady from Assam says, I work in an agricultural farm, but because of the recent flood in Assam, the agricultural land is gone. Where will I find job? They're therefore at greater risk of exploitation as they attempt to find work irregularly and out of desperation. Another thing is the stereotype of women during this pandemic among the migrant women have become worse as the above 2 case studies reveal to us. They're perceived as people living in slums and congested areas in the city with family members who also engage in daily wage labor jobs. Many people who allow maids and helpers to work inside their homes do not give any PPE, mask, hand sanitizers, soap, kuch nahi. I mean, they don't give. These workers, there may be few families who give, but majority of the middle class families, upper middle class families don't care. What they care is my house should be clean, my food should be prepared, my clothes should be washed, and whatever I tell you, you make my house spick and span. But they don't care about their workers. Now, these workers use the mask for weeks and months. I see some of the maids coming with the simple cloth mask. transfer which costs around 10-15 rupees in a pharmacy. I mean, they use for weeks and months. They don't have the knowledge and awareness that it should be washed every day. And where will they get the money to change it every day for 30 days in a month? They cannot afford to have 30 of those masks for themselves, their spouse, and their children. Now that kind of situation, makes them high risks of being infected by even their employers, by their madams. Migrant women working in households, caring for children as nannies, caring for the sick parents or any sick people and the elderly face an increased risk of contracting the virus, as they are likely to be in direct contact with persons who may have already got the COVID-19. And many of these migrant domestic workers, the cleaners, sanitation workers, caregivers, have had to cope with increased workloads to ensure cleanliness, to ensure hygiene than ever before, and then the necessary action, often without personal protective equipment or overtime compensation. If they work 8 hours before, now they will be forced to work 9 hours or even 10 hours, but there is no extra money for them. Jobs are luxury now. So the employers are not willing to give them more, not willing even to give the PPE. So violation of the human rights of these women, migrant workers in domestic and care work, excessively long hours, no guarantee for days off or weekend off, lack of social protection like sick leave or employment injury benefit, and sexual and gender-based violence and restrictions on freedom of movement, and list goes on, are getting worse during this pandemic. If the migrant workers get infected with coronavirus through their employees, they have to take care of the huge medical bills by themselves. I have seen with my own eyes. The employers will not give 2-3 lakhs to them for treatment of their COVID. They have to find a way out to treat themselves. And it's important for this unorganized sector migrant women workers to work, because it's the only means of livelihood. So it is like, live, either you live or die, live and work or die. It's a means of survival for them. Now let me come to the second impact. The first impact is the economic impact, which I just completed. The second is the impact of travel restrictions on migrant women. Migrant women workers who are unable to return to work from their village or hometown to metro cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Calcutta, Chennai, Bangalore, due to travel experiences, are experiencing a complete loss of their livelihood in the absence of social protection, as well as of their families who depend on their remittances. Buses, trains, flights are open in some routes, but largely remain restricted for the public. So it's almost, it is very challenging for them to return back. Now, when they find it more difficult to maintain their economic activities due to travel restrictions, this has created issues including starvation, including separation from family, and no alternative forms of employment. In many states, the impact of city lockdown and business closures has led to mass movements, which my earlier speakers, I think Dr. Molly have talked about it, mass movements of migrants trying to return to their homes of origin and increase the risk of community transmission of COVID-19, and then spreads the virus to their villages and towns with less preparedness and capacity to respond. Now just let's think and let's reflect. How many Indian villages have good medical facility, healthcare systems? 99.9% of Indian villages do not have capacity to handle COVID-19. So when the migrant workers return to their respective homes, they are spreading the virus among their family members, friends, and community. And now, because of travel restrictions, they cannot even think of coming back easily to their workplace in the metro cities. And when they manage to come back, they're taking advantage of by the employees. You know, they're not paid salary on time. Like this 2 case study I highlighted, 2 stories of women. For 2 months, the employees didn't give them salary and they're surviving and they cannot get out of the job because they couldn't find jobs. Now, the third point, which I plan to take another 10 minutes to explain, violence and crime. COVID-19 worsened women migrant workers' increase of sexual and gender-based violence at all stages of migration. The past epidemic demonstrated that women and girls, including the migrant women and girls, were at heightened risk of gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and also sexual exploitation and abuse. Now, the increased number of domestic violence on women during COVID-19, irrespective of caste, religion, age, and any background, is worrisome. And I tell you that domestic violence is happening everywhere, not only in India. It's a global phenomenon. And the violence against women also affects the mental health of women. You know, they don't have peace. There's always fear. There's always anger, bitterness that affects the health of women. But then, you know, no state government, no government in the world recognizes violence against women as a mental health problem of women. That is a serious question. Now, in case of rape, violence of women's body in the form of rape and other atrocities on women, it is gender that overdetermines all other identities. In war zone, you know, because I come from a conflict zone, so I can think of giving examples from conflict zone. In conflict or war zone, rape of women is used as a weapon against their enemies. And a lot of feminists have done extensive research on this. There are several cases of rape of women and girls in Delhi after the assassination of Mrs. Indira Gandhi. Punjabi girls and women have faced gender violence in warlike situation in Delhi. If you remember the history of Delhi violence during Indira Gandhi's post-assassination. Because Indira Gandhi's security guards, 2 of them are Sardarjis, Punjabis, you know, and they're responsible for assassinating her. So all the Punjabi women and girls were raped and they were murdered also in Delhi. I mean, similarly, Tamilian women in Jaffna area in Sri Lanka, Tamil Sinhalese, they faced rape by their opponents as a revenge in their conflict zone. Thousands of women in Jammu, Kashmir and Northeast India under Armed Special Forces Act of 1958 were raped and murdered by the enemies. Rape is a weapon of revenge to teach a lesson to these opponents, you know, to their opponents' sociological perspective. Now, during this COVID-19, violence against women has heightened, have gotten to the worst form. Currently, India is in uproar. You know, I saw thousands and thousands of people gathered together in Metro City. I think they gathered in Delhi also to express their outburst against rape in UP last month in September during this COVID-19, the Hasras gang rape case, followed by the rape and murder of another 22-year-old marginalized girl in Balrampur on 30th September. You know, there are a lot of views about that. A group of people says, no, this is a case which is not a rape case, but this is about assault on the women for dispute of land between 2 families, between 2 castes, and another group says, no, this is complete gang rape. But whatever may be, you know, we have to condemn any act of violence against women, irrespective of caste, class, religion, creed, and whatever. And many of us are reminded of several sensational rape cases followed by murder cases, you know, like Nirbhaya in 2012. And we have been debating about reported rape cases only in the media and social media. How many unreported cases of rape and violence against women are there in India? That we do not debate. In fact, the National Crime Records Bureau mentioned that there are thousands of unreported cases of crime against women in our own country. Ministry of Women and Child Development and the National Crime Records Bureau has recorded 21,796 cybercrime in 2017. Of course, this is not a COVID time. And out of which 4,242 were offenses against women. I mean, I wouldn't go into the details of crime during 2017, 18, or 19. But, you know, right now, we are in a very, very bad situation because the cyber crime against women have increased. And so is, you know, the various crimes, violence against the migrant women also has equally increased. There's hundreds and thousands of reported cases and unreported cases, as I said. So the worrisome among the migrant workers is unreported. The worrisome concern for us is unreported cases of violence against the migrant women. And there are several questions pertaining to migrant women during this COVID-19. For example, what is the most significant of violence against these migrant women? The most significance of gender violence is the intimate partner violence. You know, it is said by various studies that 30% of women worldwide have been in relationships, said they experience some form of violence by their intimate partners. So how much more the migrant women are facing violence by their intimate partners is a big question. We don't have a statistics. These are sociological understandings, you know. The point is that there is no law that are applied for the migrant women when it comes to gender violence, intimate partners violence, also crime against the migrant women. Police will not register FIRs. I mean, they are much in a critical situation. And the question I have raised in my mind is, what are the sociological reasons for the proliferation of violence against the migrant women during this pandemic? What are the sociological reasons? How vulnerability can lead to various forms of, violence like labor and also, of course, trafficking, which Professor Rekha Pandey mentioned. There are a lot of sex workers who've come back in the sex market now. And all of the sex workers are migrant workers in metro cities who've come from within the state or outside the state. Now, I would like to mention that an increase, number of cases of violence against the migrant women is not reported. And that is what is worrying. I hope you will understand what I'm trying to convey to you. Now, let me come to the last part of my lecture, that is the suggestion. The extra burden of unpaid care work on migrant women need to be addressed as part of the comprehensive response to COVID-19. Then, provide protection equipment against COVID-19. It is important that the migrant women workers have the necessary PPE to protect their health, like basic face mask, hand gloves, soap, and hand sanitizer should be placed in front of them wherever they work. And also for migrant women who are pregnant, there should be a greater precaution because of the greater risk of respiratory illness during pregnancy. And another suggestion I have is that migrant women workers should have full access to comprehensive health care, feminine hygiene during menstruation, as one of the speaker, I think Professor Molly, talked about menstruation, and reproductive health services without discrimination. Migrant women often suffer double discrimination for being women and secondly for being a migrant. So it is necessary to monitor the provision of non-discriminatory care. Next is confidentiality should be maintained in cases of sexual violence. Just because she is a migrant woman doesn't mean that we expose her face, her name everywhere in social media and in the national media. No. We have to maintain her confidentiality. That's another suggestion. And then introduce emergency call number, specific exclusively to be launched for migrant women only to meet their needs. For example, if I look at, we have a Childline Foundation, Childline number 1098, to look into the migrant children and also children at high risk. Police, when we want to call police emergency, we have 100, for fire 101, for health 108, for women 1098, right? Single emergency help number, which Rajnath Singh, the union minister, last year in 2019 had launched for women. Single emergency for everybody is 112. So when the government can launch such emergency number, I'm sure that the government should also launch an exclusive number for women migrant workers to meet their needs only. And this does not mean dismissing, face-to-face options for those who do not have access to other means. And all the migrant workers should have access to COVID testing for free, completely free, because they're poorest of the poor. Now, let me just wind up in 1 minute by stating that the intersection of caste, the intersection of age, because migrant women workers also depends on the age, right? Some of them are teenagers, some of them 18, 19 years, some of them are 40 to 50 years, even 60 years. So the intersection of age, caste, tribe, and also level of poverty and religion impact the vulnerable migrant women. Therefore, let me conclude by saying that it is important to understand the specific victimization and vulnerability of the migrant women to be able to make policy inputs and support system for them as they are in their everyday life facing exclusion, discrimination, and crime. Thank you so much for giving me this time to share my thoughts, and I would love to take, the house is open for Q&A. I think I've got only 5 minutes for question answer. Any questions? I saw a lot of comments. Thank you for giving your inputs and comments for my lecture, But if you have any clarification on crime and also violence against women, you're most welcome. Okay, since there's no question, I think we should move on to Professor Usha Rani now. So I hand over this entire thing to the organizers. Have there been, okay, there's somebody who asked me, Yamini, has there been reports of abductions and violence during the transit of migrants back to the villages? Yes, very much. There are few cases of abductions and violence during the transit to their villages from metro cities. But we don't have statistics. To give an example, I remember that when the trains from Goa went to Northeast India, Guwahati, and also trains from other parts of the city, especially in the context of Northeast Indians, Northeast migrant workers. There are few cases, of violence. There are few cases where, few cases of missing abductions as well. Now, abductions in the sense, I would say in terms of trafficking, and the thing is that there is no study done by any scholar during this COVID-19 on abduction and trafficking, except that we do have cases from the NGOs. In Andhra, we have Sunita Narayan's, Sunita Krishnan, Prajwala, which is considered as one of the most reliable NGOs. She has 300 girls in her shelter home in the outskirts of Hyderabad. And we have Hasina Harvi from Northeast India. Her Impulse NGO network has rescued more than 70,000 women and girls from the entire Northeast, also from different parts of South Asia, including Nepal and Bangladesh. So they are, the NGOs must be having statistics, but I don't have the figure right now. But there are cases of abductions in the sense of being trafficked for labor, traffic for organ transplantation, traffic for sex work, you know. And as I mentioned briefly earlier, there are a lot of sex workers who are forced to do sex work with masks and hand sanitizers right now. One of my students from University of Hyderabad has done a coverage on sex workers in Hyderabad who belong to the marginalized communities, you know, and they are not Hyderabadis. They've come from the outskirts of the city, or they've migrated from other districts or other states. So, you know, abduction in the sense, I would say, forced labor. It has happened, but I just don't have the statistics. Has there been domestic violence, abuse, depression against kids, especially female, during lockdown? If yes, there's a reason. There has been stories of domestic violence, very much. There has been abuses. Depression is an issue not only with the migrant workers, you know. I feel depression among children is much more among the middle class and upper middle class. I mean, my whole neighborhood, people have been telling me that some of their kids are depressed and have panic attack. One of my neighbors, you know, says panic attack is rampant among kids now, school children. So, I mean, but then, you know, and I would say if you're very, very serious in knowing the statistic, I would like to suggest that I will write my email right now. You can write to me. I will introduce you to my colleague, Professor Aditya Raj, and his wife, Papya Raj, from IIT Patna, who are doing an extensive field work on children, impact of COVID-19 on children. Maybe they would be in a better position than me to give you the right statistics and help you to understand the incidence of depression, the incident of abuse and domestic violence against children, especially female children during this lockdown. So, I mean, I would love to introduce you. So for everybody, I'm going to write my, here's my email ID, azainumai@gmail.com. You're most welcome to write to me, and I will be delighted to introduce you to the correct people. Yeah, what else? Could feel your passion for your work. Thank you so much, ma'am. How long the female will suffer of this COVID-19? We don't know how long this will, COVID-19, women will have to suffer from COVID-19, because COVID-19 is a part and partial of our life now. This is a new normal, and WHO, ILO, a lot of international organizations, including the UN, have been saying that maybe it will take another few years, 2-3 years. And there's a new development which connects to the first conspiracy theory that this is a Chinese produced virus. Now that conspiracy theory seems to be in vogue again, stating by virologists, you know, in the US, saying that the Chinese have produced this, and that connecting to Wuhan meat market is just to cover up. It is nothing to do with the meat market, but this is to do with the Chinese. So the Chinese are already going to face a lot of repercussion, as we all know. And they're already attacking a lot of their neighbors, including our country. I think 2 days ago, my husband was telling me that they've already attacked Arunachal Pradesh. Please log on and see the latest news that they have attacked the Indian border, not only in Ladakh, but also in Northeast Arunachal Pradesh. So, I mean, they are in a very aggressive mode now. So, I mean, I'm not the right person. I'm not a scientist to talk about that. But as being a sociologist and also being a feminist, I feel I'm more confident to talk about from an academic point of view, sociological and feminist point of view about things. But these are political debates, which some other experts may be able to help you. But I'm just highlighting some of these incidents. Now, ma'am, one question: the incident happening in UP, Manisha case and others, is it due to this pandemic or something else? No, there's nothing to do with COVID-19. The case that is happening in UP is absolutely a political caste base. I feel it's between the upper caste and the lower caste, or the dynamics of caste. But whatever may be, you know, my stand is that irrespective of caste, class, gender, tribe, religion, we have to condemn the violence against women. The victim may be of upper caste, lower caste, whoever. I mean, irrespective of color of skin, creed, religion, any violence against women, we all have to stand united as women. And we all women have to condemn it and seek support from men to condemn such beastly, savage, primitive act against women's body. So if you ask me this direct question, how long will women will have to suffer? I have no answer to that. We have to sail along and work along in the coming years and see how we can work together to propose solutions to the problem of gender violence. And then I think that's it.
And Ajay?
Yeah. Ma'am.
It's Professor Usha Rani. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. Thank you so much for being there.
I heard your whole lecture. It was very informative.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you online after, I think, almost before the lockdown we met in March this year.
Yeah. It was, it's a pleasure. Even online, it's a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I will hand over it to the organizers. Perhaps now is the time, ma'am. I think you're very busy with the AP government.
Yes, now I am in the AP Higher Education Regulatory and Monitoring Commission.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm stationed in Amravati, Vijayawada.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm working from there.
Okay. But you must be going back to Tirupati, no? Once in a while?
Once in a while, yeah, but not frequently.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. But since I have the research commitments also, I need to go and work there in the university now and then.
Yeah.
So carry on a research studies and complete them at least. So I'm engaged in that also. Yeah.
Okay.
So now the participants, the organizers are ready, Ajay?
Ma'am?
Are the organizers ready?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think she's ready. Yeah. So I will unmute myself now and hand over to you, Dr. Madhuri, and then to ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nice meeting you, Ajay. It's like meeting you physically. It's nice, very nice.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your informative session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Myself, this is Swati, Department of Computer Science. It's my privilege to introduce today's speaker for this technical session, Professor D. Usha Rani Madam. Currently, she is working as an academic member in AP Higher Education Regulatory and Monitoring Commission. She has 34 years of teaching experience. She published 89 national, 17 international research papers, published 42 books and edited 22 books. She has attended 92 national and 28 international seminars successfully. She completed 6 major and 27 minor projects. Under her able guidance, 10 PhDs and 2 MPhils awarded. She served as a governing body member in Center for Women's Studies Center, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, AP, Durgabai Deshmukh Center for Women's Studies, Andhra Pradesh,
Center for Women Studies, Bharati Iyer University, Coimbatore, Center for Women Studies, Bharatidasan University. She acts as an executive member for NGO STEPS, Srikalahasti and WINS Tirupati, UGC National Consultative Committee Capacity Building of Women Managers in Higher Education, New Delhi, and Association of Gerontology, Varanasi. She held various positions like Director, Center for Extension Studies and UGC Center for Women Studies, SV University, Tirupati, Vice Principal, SVU Campus, Principal, SVU Campus, Dean for Faculty of Arts and also Faculty of Law, Coordinator for NAC and also Principal Coordinator, 6th Women's Science Congress as part of 104th Indian Science Congress. We are so fortunate, ma'am, to have you for today's session.
Thank you, Swati.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Please take over the session, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Swati and Krishnaveni.
Thank you,
Am
ma'am.
I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure actually because I was given an opportunity to speak about women, particularly in this pandemic period when we are all facing a crisis. The plight of women in general has actually deteriorated a lot when we take into consideration in this pandemic circumstances where everyone is suffering in one way or another. But particularly when we look into the plight of migrant women, we see a very heart-rending, heart-touching situation. Today, actually, about 245 million people live outside their country of origin. The increasing work demands of the global markets are posing a very serious challenge to the migrant workers, especially women. The international migration poses a very significant challenge for the women and their families in terms of social security, particularly when we compare to the national working their entire life in one country or in one place. When we look at the migrant women, particularly in relative to women who are working in the same sectors relating to their employment, education, safety, security, violence and abuse, housing, health, any factor you take into account, you will see that the migrant women are at a disadvantage. Today we can see that a large number of health and welfare measures have been extended to women both in the unorganized sector and in the organized sector. The situation is far better. There is no comparison at all. When we look at the unorganized sector, if they belong to a particular place or a state or a nation of their origin with Aadhaar cards or PAN cards or whatever ID cards of that particular state or place of residence, many welfare measures are applicable to them. You take insurance, you take health, you take housing, you take children's education, you take employment, whatever sector and whatever issue you take, you will see that the plight of the women in the unorganized sector is improving daily, day by day, because of the various welfare measures that are being undertaken by the governments. Today, actually, the situation is such that social justice is becoming a political slogan, a political strategy. which in many states like Orissa, Telangana, Delhi, Andhra Pradesh, we can see that the welfare measures applied to the women in the unorganized sector and their families is increasing, is improving, and the progress is wonderful. We can see that they have a social security, that their daily situation is going from one step to the other, climbing the ladder towards the better, towards the road of progress and positiveness. But compared to this, what is the situation and what is happening to the migrant workers? You look at migrant workers in Chennai, in Madras, Tamil Nadu. You see that many of them have migrated from Andhra Pradesh. You look at the scene in Karnataka. You see that many of them have come from the border districts of Andhra Pradesh. You look at the various migrant workers in different sectors in Telangana. You see that they have migrated both from Andhra Pradesh and many of them from Bihar, UP and MP. We do understand that situation because you see that train loads of people, of migrants, have traveled from Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu to the northern states during this pandemic because they wanted to visit their own states, particularly since they did not have any kind of special status in the states where they are working. It is true that the governments have been trying to extend the benefits that were given to the other workers also, but in a situation which is very difficult to face and for which we were not actually prepared, extending the benefits and advantages of welfare to the migrant women and their families has been very difficult and not realistically possible also to meet the total demands of the migrant workers. For example, there was a case in Hyderabad, a garment worker who was working in a textile industry. She suddenly had a chest pain during this pandemic. Her son was also working as a tailor, but he requested one of his customers to take his mother to the hospital in a rickshaw. But fortunately, she was a resident of Telangana and had both insurance and also Aadhaar card. Her hospital expenses were completely met by the insurance health benefits, and she was discharged after becoming normal. But there are many other millions of Ayesha Bens and Savita Bens who are there, who have actually migrated from other states, other places, who are not having any benefits, who are not having any welfare schemes extended for their welfare. They suffer multiple disadvantages as women, as poor, as informal workers, and as members of the socially disadvantaged castes and communities that predominate the informal sector. Actually, these migrant workers are the wheels who are keeping the economy turning with their labor, and yet they have a very limited or no social protection whatsoever as a cushion during the hard times, during the difficult times. As the suffering of informal migrant workers plays out across India, we note that along with not having any livelihood, the vast majority of our informal migrant workers and women are mainly informal in the unorganized sector, and they cannot see any support from even basic social security. We know that when we look at the domestic helpers, we see that many of the workers who are working in our houses, who are working as domestic help in the houses of many of the well-to-do people, people who can afford to engage domestic help, are all from outside the state. When the government, for example, it may be observed that most of the domestic help in Telangana are from different districts of Andhra Pradesh. And when the government of Andhra Pradesh is extending, excuse me, various health measures regarding education for the education of the child, fee reimbursement is given. For the residents of the child to continue their education, hostel reimbursement is given. And white card is given for ration, like rice, dal, sugar, oil, etc. Then housing facility is being extended, but all in the name of women. And women who are the residents of Andhra Pradesh are benefiting from this. But the question, what is happening is, the women who have migrated to Telangana in search of work, they are now in such a difficult situation that they are not able to understand or do what to do. Because many of them, they are residing in Hyderabad, and if they have to travel back to Andhra Pradesh, their own place of residence, then it is very difficult for them, because if they go on leave, at least for a week from their place of work, frequently, they will be losing their means of livelihood. For example, construction. You see that most of the migrant women are working as labor in construction work, carrying heavy loads of bricks, cement, whatever is essential, both in Telangana and in Hyderabad and in Andhra Pradesh. The same situation can be seen even in Tamil Nadu. But all these migrant women, and along with their families, have traveled back to the northern states from where they have come. And the construction work in all these states has almost come to a standstill because of the lack of labor, which is essential in order to carry out these construction works. Similarly, roadways. Similarly, domestic workers. Similarly, industrial work. So wherever and whichever sector you see that the majority of the workers are migrant women who have come along with their families. And the main problem which these migrant women are facing is they are not having any kind of social security in the states to which they have traveled in search of livelihood. Yes, they are facing very difficult situations today. It is true that this situation has been existing for the past few decades, but during this pandemic and crisis of corona, it has deteriorated considerably, where we are not able to do anything for their help. They are in such a disheartening situation that they feel very bad. They are not able to get any kind of welfare or help from the government for the education of their children, for the health of their children, for the vaccination, for health checkups, for pregnant women, for the baby, for the wedding of the girl child, any kind of welfare measures which are extended by their own states of origin, because they have migrated, are not able to be utilized by the migrant women. The migrant women are constantly in tension and anxiety because frequently and monthly, in fact, if they have to travel to their own state of origin, they will be losing their means of livelihood. We see that the large number of women who are existing in the unorganized sector, informal sector, their need for social security is very intense. This social security must include at least healthcare, childcare, insurance, pension and housing, with basic infrastructure like tap and toilet in every house. Their experiences inform the WHO's Commission on the Social Determinants of Health, which has now become a gold standard for public health in many countries. Their voices call out to the government's own high-level experts on universal health coverage and later the national health policy. Both are landmark documents for Indian public health, which may need tweaking and revisiting in light of the pandemic. But stand out for their vision for universal health care, with primary health care as the bedrock. Both the documents call out for major changes in the public health priorities and architecture. The current pandemic has brought home the fact that these states with strong public health systems, decentralized planning and implementation, with active community participation and partnership with civil society organization is essential. Up to a level, with the help of the participation of local cooperatives, unions, collectives, and others, NGOs, and philanthropists, the governments were able to carry out the extension of certain help to the migrant women to meet the corona COVID-19 challenges. Much can be said about the work that has been done in Kerala, Goa, Sikkim, and other states too, which are trying to emulate this situation. And in the state of Andhra Pradesh, the benefits that are being extended to migrant women also is commendable. Though they are outside the purview of the welfare measures, the government had tried its level best to extend the benefits, to see that whatever means and needs that can be extended to the migrant women can be done. In fact, the Chief Secretary Neelam Sahani one day has seen the migrant workers walking in front of her residence when she came out to go to the office, and seeing so many workers walking, she just contacted them why they are walking and where they are going. When they have said that they are the migrant workers, that they do not have any food facility, that they are not having any transport facility to go back to their own state of residence, she had immediately informed the Chief Minister, Shri Jagan Mohan Reddy of Andhra Pradesh, who immediately told her, arrange transport facility and food facility for all the workers who are passing through Vijayawada. Please make similar kind of arrangements to all the workers who are passing through the state of Andhra Pradesh to reach their places of origin. But this kind of benefit can be done only charitably and philanthropically But if it is to be extended regularly, that would be a boon to all the migrant women and their families. The emphasis here is on women because they are the people who think of their families, their children, their elderly, their spouse, and only later on think of themselves. And in fact, in many of the migrant households, nobody thinks of the woman herself. We know that when the woman is sick, she has no medical facilities that are extended to her. She has to reach the hospital, but then there is no health insurance. And whatever medicines they are given there, they are not able to meet it. And they just take that medicine after coming home, thinking that it may lead to help to improve her health. But actual benefit of health or medical are not extended to them. The food rations are not extended to them. Particularly, as Ajaylu has stated, in this corona crisis, they did not have any facility of ration, of white card facility, of getting free ration from the different states where they are working or staying. And when all the economy has grinded to a stop, it has become a very difficult situation for them because they did not have any money in their hands to spend to meet their daily requirements. That is one of the reasons why they traveled back all the way to their own places. And many of them, when they were contacted by our people in the railway stations, the answer was uniform by all the people. We do not have any kind of employment here. We are unable to meet our own basic requirements. We don't have any social security. We don't have a job. We are of the feeling that at least to go back to the place where we live with our own people and with our extended families, and whether we live or die, it will be in our own place. That is the heart-touching situation which they have expressed. It is not that they wanted to go. If they had livelihood, if they had all the facilities that were given to the other women and other families who are in the unorganized sector or informal sector. But the situation in comparison with the other informal workers and women to that of the migrant women is completely different. The migrant women are in a very pathetic situation, and particularly there is no public health allocation or investment in primary health care for the informal women who are working, the migrant women who are working in our healthcare sector. Most of the sweepers, most of the ayas, most of the sanitation workers who are the frontline workers who are facing dire risk conditions in this pandemic of COVID-19 are not having any coverage. They are working because they need to have a livelihood. Is it not a pathetic situation? The women are trying their best to tackle both communicable and non-communicable diseases. They are being servicing selflessly and ably their local communities during the pandemic, in their own informal settlements, both at the villages as well as in the urban areas, investing their own capacity building to serve as a bulwark for the daily health crisis. that the people face, and also the pandemics and epidemics of the future. But at this situation, I think that both policy documents call for universal health care, leaving no one behind. We also see that so many of the informal migrant women working in the industrial sector, in the textile sector, in the construction work, in the work of laying roads, we see that many women bring their children for work. They do not have any childcare facilities. The children are playing in a very dangerous situation near the place of work at a risk. But then the women, since they do not have any kind of childcare facility or a creche or somebody to look after the kids, bring them back along with them to their place of work. If the government can extend the measures of welfare, which are also given to the women in the informal sector, then the situation of the migrant women would definitely be better. We know that today what is happening is the elder girl child, sibling, is asked to take care of the kids at home, which means no schooling, no education to the elder girl child. And when she has to take care of the family responsibilities, of the childcare responsibilities at the house level, at the domestic level, we know what happens to her growth and development, both mentally and physically. Because no facility, that no welfare measure that the governments are extending to the girl child, the special schemes that are extended to the girl child under the ICDS schemes, under the education schemes, under the scheme for child development, Shakti Yojana for girls, all these are not being extended to the children, girl children who belong to the migrant families. The situation of migrant girl children, migrant girls, migrant women is heartrending because they have to face dire conditions today, as in the past few decades, as to how they have to face any kind of crisis. Unless the governments and the NGOs and the intellectuals take up the task of approaching the governments, building up a strategic tool of development, extending a kind of funding grant that will take care of the social security needs of the migrant women. For example, recently, all of you may be observing, our Prime Minister has stated, the central government, that they are going to introduce the scheme of drawing of ration cards from any point of place, whether they belong to that place or not, whether it is place of their origin or not. That facility is going to be introduced shortly. Similarly, other facilities, other welfare schemes relating to health, housing, employment, etc. should be extended to the country as a whole, or to the country to which they have shifted, so that definitely the situation of migrant women will improve. See, it is not only the situation of migrant women in the informal sectors. Recently, after the lockdown, after COVID-19 crisis has started, we have seen many women in the organized sector, educated women in the organized sector, addressing the Indian governments, asking them for help when they are residing and working in United States. They were saying that since we have come from other countries, we are not having any kind of help here. The situation is very dire. One of the women from the organized sector, her husband has passed away in an accident. She and her family, children were there residing in US without any help. She was requesting the government officials meeting and running here to there, and then she was addressing people through the television mode that this kind of situation should be rectified. If that is the situation of migrant women in the organized sector, where the situation is far better compared to the migrant women in the informal sector, what can be said? Definitely, it is the need of the hour to see that social security and welfare measures are extended to the migrant workers, whether they stay in their state, whether they stay in their district or not. See, when we look into the domestic violence issues, we look into the various abuse and violence that is happening to women across the country, across the world, we see that many of them are women and girls who have come from other states. Even the police, even the authorities who have to look after their safety and security do not give cognizance because they do not have the social support, the civil support, and the family support that would have been there if they were living in their own state of origin. This is one of the important, significant factors which is influencing the safety and security and the harassment issues of the migrant women. This also need to be addressed immediately. And for this, people like us, intellectuals, this kind of platforms should take the initiative, should address the voice of the migrant women to the government to see that everything goes on well, that the situation changes and a helping hand is extended to the situation of the migrant women in the form of social security schemes covering all issues like childcare, like safety, like employment, like education, like healthcare, which is very important both for the young children, for the pregnant women, and for newborn children, for the newly married women, newly conceived women, the needs and necessities and requirements of healthcare of the girls, which are becoming today very, very important, but who do not have any awareness or who do not have any healthcare facilities. If they have to go to the hospitals, it means that they can go only to the primary health centers or to the government hospitals, where most of the time the medical professionals are not available. And even if they are available, it is a difficult situation where they cannot extend free medical facility or free health care to the migrant women and their families. Particularly when crisis situations like abortions happen, or situations where conceptions and deliveries need to be done, hospital deliveries is a difficult situation for them. Most of the time, beds are not available. Most of the time, doctors are not there, and medical facilities are not extended. In this case, how do we expect to have a good health status for the migrant women? It is essential that today we focus on providing childcare facilities like creche in the working places, or in a central point where the migrant women will be free to go and work constructively and effectively in their place of work, where the elder girl children can go back to school, where the young children are taken care of, and where there is setup of a full day creche in the villages, in the urban centers of development, and ICDS infrastructure can focus on this, particularly not only providing childcare facilities, but also overall child development with nutrition, healthcare, early childhood, and value-based education. Local women belonging to Dwakra, belonging to self-help groups, belonging to NGOs like Seva, can come together and take the initiative to start up facilities of this kind, which can be extended for the help and assistance of migrant women. It is essential that the experience of the local women, by giving them proper capacity building training and support, and fair remuneration, at least a minimum wage level, and by providing them proper training and support, can become models where they can become a part of the civil society initiatives to extend assistance and welfare to the migrant women. We have models of this kind from various states, and Seva has been experimenting with child care cooperatives, which not only provide care at the local level to young children and working women, but also provides livelihood and respect for the caregivers in their community. Similarly, mobile creches can be developed at low cost but high quality models of care, including migrant construction workers, and universal childcare can easily be implemented. And even nutrition and food and minimum cash can be distributed through these care centers and extended to the migrant women, particularly in this pandemic, where families are running out of food and out of cash. Then there is also the importance of insurance for all the workers. We know that a solid start may have been taken up, covering lakhs of workers through the scheme of PMJAY, but still the enrollment is very limited because of the eligibility conditions. And many of the migrant women and their families do not know where to go, whom to ask, and how to obtain help in order to register for these health insurance schemes. How they can come under the coverage of that health insurance, so that they can have many covering services of the many risks they face every day, like life, accident, asset, crop and cattle, and small animal insurance. To mention a few, over Vimo Seva's work of almost 3 decades, we have seen that they have a window where tailoring services to the needs of the working poor is what works best. If everything is tailored into a central point where care centers can be established through self-help groups or through points of service centers like village secretary and village volunteers that have been started, one of the initiative taken up by the state of Andhra Pradesh, and all the services can be tailored there, then assistance and services for development can be extended to the migrant workers residing in various places of livelihood. Recently, the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India has developed an important set of recommendations to increase the spread of micro-insurance for the low-income population. These can be taken forward easily in the current pandemic and post-pandemic period through these caregiving centers by utilizing the services of the women who are already extended the welfare schemes and measures and social security. Pension also is a well-recognized essential aspect of social security, which again has become a big issue for the migrant women. The pension service requires that those women who are there at their place of residence need to go and undertake the biometric thumb impression. But that can be done only in their place of origin where their Aadhaar cards are registered. But the migrant women, because of their livelihood, are staying in some other place and traveling every month to get this pension to another place is becoming a very difficult task. Pension to the eligible women, whether they are migrant or whether they are in the state of their own origin, pension should be extended as a recognized essential aspect of need by the governments wherever they are residing through biometric system. That facility may be extended just like the facility for ration distribution is being undertaken now. This kind of extension of social security measures, which we have discussed until this point, can reach all informal workers in the simplest, most timely and appropriate manner. This applies both to housing, basic infrastructure facilities, which are now a huge issue, and in and of themselves, one cannot do justice to these. And we must also remember that the longer we wait, the more dire the conditions of the informal workers will become. And we know that the country and the people have waited long enough. And today in the pandemic, we can see that what are the holes in our preparedness, whether of public health services or of our social security systems. The consequences of the lack of social security are there for all to see, both during the pandemic, before the pandemic, and today we will be seeing it even after the pandemic, unless we take a positive step towards the extension of all these services, both to the migrant workers and their families. We need to set up small task forces who have like-mindedness, who have been thinking and working on this particular subject and have experience of what is required at the grassroots level, what can be done by tying up with trade unions and cooperative representatives, by self-help groups, Dwakra groups, PRA members, NGOs, researchers and academicians, and government representatives from the states and the center. When such small task forces are set up, initiatives can be undertaken as part of the Second Labour Commission, the National Commission on Enterprises in the Unorganized Sector, and with the minorities, with the Ministries of Labour and Employment, Finance, Health and Family Welfare and others. Some years ago, I think I remember it, that there was a partnership with the Ministry of Labour and Employment, which had developed a set of recommendations. One of that was that Finance Ministry should be the nodal ministry, bringing in several other relevant ministries under a common body to plan for universal social security, covering even the migrant workers. At that time, calculations were also made and the costs and everything had been rolled out. But somehow the implementation mechanism has not come into the informal migrant workers section. Though probable identity cards and digitalization could be undertaken even now, we need to revisit the reports of that kind of these commissions and committees through a task force which can be constituted immediately by the state and central governments with a fresh thinking in the light of today what we know and what we have learned from the pandemic, and also deliberate on decentralized and simple implementation mechanism. We know that we know to do for the working people of this country, and today we need to do it immediately. We know that this is a serious challenge which we need to take up. We cannot postpone any longer. And postponement would lead to very diverse and bad implications for the one section of the population which is quite large and considerable, and whom we cannot ignore. And we actually think of it. We know that these migrant women are a part and parcel of a life, part and parcel of a lifestyle. We see them working in our house, doing most of the domestic work, and we have faced the situation during the corona lockdown where we had to take up our own household domestic duties without any help. And we had undergone that difficulty, and all of us have faced the situation where we felt that how difficult it is to undertake all the responsibilities and discharge all our household work without any help. In fact, if we take into consideration the number of girls today who are working in the corporate sector, in the frontline sector, in the workforce, in the sanitation sector, in the health sector, as doctors, as police, as pilots, all of have been encouraged to take up education and employment, to see that women are an important part of the human resource center. They all have faced dire, difficult situations because they had to work from home. They did not have any domestic help. They had to take care of the children. They had to take care of the elderly. They had to take care of all the domestic responsibilities. And at the same time, they also had to take care of their office work, their project works, where they had to log in into the computer systems and had to work until late in the night, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, and some even up to 11, because their projects were from abroad, where their working hours and timings were different. And they have faced a situation where they did not have any household help, no domestic help whatsoever. They had to take up the whole cleaning facilities. They had to do the cooking. They had to provide for the family and at the same time take up their working functions. At that particular point, I think everyone has understood the importance of the women who had been helping us in each and every role. We, the intellectuals, have been thinking continuously, at least most of us, our mindset and attitude was that we have worked hard, we have undertaken education, we have achieved employment levels, and all that is our own hard work. Yes, that is true. But behind this hard work, behind this achievement, there is another section of population who had also extended a helping hand, no doubt for the money which we have given them. But then when we look at the help which we have received and the monetary benefit which we have given, today we must have understood that what is this ratio and proportion of what we have received and what we have given. As somebody was saying today in the morning discussions, many of the migrant women in the informal sector had not received any wages during the corona because they have not come out for work. But they did not abstain from work voluntarily. They have abstained from work because we told them not to come because of the factor of contagion. But then we did not also think that we should be able to pay the domestic help whose only means of livelihood is work and monetary receipts which we give them. But many of them have not thought like that. In fact, in many educational institutions, in many industrial sectors, in even the hotelier sector, in the tourism sector, in the taxi, cab and transport sector, many of the migrant workers and many of the unorganized workers were not paid. Those sector of the population who has been actually a wheel that has been turning the economy have been completely ignored. They have not received any monetary benefit, either from the people to whom they are working or from the governments, because this is one particular issue which has been ignored by everyone. And I think it is high time that we look into this particular issue immediately. And as intellectual and academicians, it is the responsibility lies on our shoulders also to raise and take up the initiatives wherever possible, and also to recommend to the NGOs and also to the state and central governments to take up and think on these lines, so the task force will be set up and caregiving centers for the migrant workers and assistance and social security will be extended to them. Thank you. I think now we can open discussions. So any questions, inquiries, or any opinions, anything that can be added to my own viewpoint? Krishnaveni?
Ma'am, okay, ma'am.
Yeah, maybe we can have any inquiries or discussion from the participants.
Madam, could you please check the chat box, ma'am? If any queries are there, they typed on the chat box, ma'am.
Yeah, they are typing many of them, but mostly it is thank you for the information and like that. If there are any inquiries or if anyone would like to add more information, it would be very prospective. Like a line of thinking may be started. because this kind of initiatives need to be undertaken very immediately and urgently.
Okay, ma'am, I think no.
Okay, then thank you all of you for giving me this opportunity to share my own views, and maybe I have started a line of thought which can be helpful for the development and welfare of a section of the population. Thank you very much.
Okay, madam. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Krishna.
For your enlightenment talk, ma'am.
So I can leave now?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Then thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, the K.B.N. College and coordinator Krishna Priya and Krishna Veni for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all of us. Good evening.
So I request the participants, anyone want to present the paper? If any,
I think should say the vote of thanks, pronounce the vote of thanks, and then wind up. You know, since nobody is willing to say anything, they have come here to listen. So I guess they may not be in a position to speak, rather than ask some questions to the speakers.
Okay. Actually, ma'am, someone asked me to present the paper. That's why I'm asking, ma'am. Okay. Okay, ma'am. ఫోన్ చేయండి అందులో ఇక్కడ మెసేజ్ పెడతారు ఒక 5 minutes.
So I need to go. I have another.
Ma'am.
Excuse me, yeah.
Ma'am, no one come forward, ma'am, to present paper. So let us conclude the sessions, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
So good evening, all. On behalf of Women's Studies Center of K.B.N. College, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this National Commission for Women sponsored one-day national webinar on migrant women workers, issues and challenges. At the outset, I thank National Commission for Women for giving sponsorship to us to organize this webinar. Now, we are very thankful to today's resource persons, Professor Rekha Pandey from University of Hyderabad, Dr. Moli Kuruvilla from University of Calicut, Professor N. Manimekalai from Bharatidasan University, Professor Azailu from University of Hyderabad, and Dr. D. Usharani from AP State Higher Education for accepting our invitation to be the resource persons of this one-day national webinar. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for accepting our invitation, ma'am. So we are really enlightened with your knowledge, ma'am, and presence also. We are thankful to, and also we are thankful to our Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, Sri Tunuguntla Srinivas Garu, for his motivation in organizing this webinar. And I would like to thank our Principal, Sir, Sri E. Varaprasad Garu, for his enthusiastic support in organizing this webinar. A special thanks to our Vice Principal, Dr. K. Naveen Kumar Garu, Sri P.L. Ramesh, Director Academics and Planning, and Srimati A. Krishna Priya, Director Women's Studies Center, for their constant support. I also like to thank the Department of Computer Science for their technical support in organizing this webinar without any interruptions. Our heartfelt thanks to all the participants for their patience listening. So with these warm words, we move to the end of today's webinar. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
ఒకసారి చూస్తారా అది డ్రైవ్ లోకి ఎక్కించడానికి ఎంత ఎంబీ ఉందో చూస్తున్నారుగా అని సాంబయ్య గారు నిద్రపోయారా
వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడ వస్తుంది
మీటింగ్
సార్ ఉన్నారు సార్ ఇస్తున్నాను సార్ నేను ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళిపోతాను బాబు నేను ఎక్కడికి I request all the participants to fill the feedback form. Link was given in the chat box and we will send the certificates within 1 week.